me what you got. Back down, up, back down, back up. 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 Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God. Down, up, back, back, God. Down, up, back, back, up, God. Down, up, back, back, God. Down, up, back, back, up, God. Down, up, back, back, God. Down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Down, up, back, back, God. Down, up, back, back, up, God. Down, up, back, back, God. Down, up, back, back, up, God. Down, up, back, back, God. Down, up, back, back, up, God.
got the money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, Hey.
And welcome on in. It is finally time to decide, Sully, our last few representatives for North America. VCT is reaching a climax, folks, and I'm so glad that you guys are here to join us on this journey. My name is UpMind, joined here by a Sully with day number 4 of stage 3, open qualifier number 2.
Yeah, I mean, day 4, and there are 4 teams left and only 2 spots, or I'd say 2 opportunities to even compete for a spot in Berlin, which is honestly insane to even think of. We are just starting, right? This isn't even the beginning of the Berlin run. You've still got challenger playoffs, not even to mention before that you have the closed qualifier. So our 4 teams today, only 2 get to make it through, and honestly, it's going to be heartbreaking to see some journeys end here today.
You mentioned the 2 that will make it through. 2 already made it through yesterday. Let's catch a recap.
Back alley, and beyond that, the shock dart gonna put a little bit of extra damage. Spam it on in, find a double. Why not? One more. Oh my goodness.
Gonna do a little bit of Goomba stomp there on the Ryan. But
What is this with Win? Tries to go over the top of it. Don't know if it's fully actually connected. Finds Wardell though in the corner. The operator, bold to say the least, finds the kill. Sabrosa trapped up in nanoswarms, but still fights his way through a couple. How about it? Not going to happen, but Zach able to cross. Avoids most of the guiding light. Finds 2. Found it's gonna actually nullify a number of different players, but it's not gonna make a difference when the weapons can still fire like this.
Baby, no! What did I say? What did I say? What did I say? Oh my god!
The reset. Screwface going for the defusal. Halfway done, and Kohler saves the day for Dark Zero, or does he?
No,
Can
he doesn't.
Get there in time. It's gonna be close. No! DSM.
I think that maybe Upmine's mic might have been muted.
We're back. We're back. Oh, see, classic rookie mistake. I'll run it through again. It is, of course, TSM and FaZe making it through to that next stage, but we should anticipate a little bit more of the same today.
Yeah, so basically, when you caught that highlight video, TSM and FaZe both making it through. Now, our matches for today are really, really exciting because, in my opinion, it's 4 teams that are looking really to prove themselves, notably T1 versus BBG being our first game. T1 have made crazy changes recently, right? They've looked a lot better. BBG as well have made changes themselves. We'll touch them back a little bit when we get into our actual matchup. We'll lightly go over Cloud9 Blue versus LG being our second game of the day. Both Cloud9 and Luminosity expectations were, I'd say, immensely high for both of these teams. More so Cloud9 Blue being that former 3rd best in North America. Now they've got to run back in the open qualifier. Same thing with LG, the changes they've made as well. Have to see if they've worked out. Maybe that's an upset that we could possibly later down the line, but who knows? Our main focus today will be T1 versus BBG to start it off.
Our main focus is T1 versus BBG. Sully, thank you so much for bringing it back, because now we can talk a little bit about what is the trajectory for both T1 and BBG, because it's been a long road for a team like T1. T1, they ended up starting off this entire stage, this entire VCT, by only being a real blip on the radar. But now heading into today, they're finally getting up a little bit of pace.
Yeah, I think T1 have been the team that's like, okay, from the start of beta, this is the team to keep your eyes out for. They were the first North American team to sign a professional player, that being Brax. Brax ended up leaving, going to TSM for a little bit. Now he's back, and so are T1. T1 looked like a completely different team. If you watch the Renegades game, which was on one of our side streams, I think during day 2, they looked really good against the Renegades, and I mean extremely good, right? This whole pace change, ever since Days left as the IGL role, they brought Dawn in, they brought Brax, they made a lot of role switches, that being Curry moving to a duelist role. It's a new T1, and it's a new day and a new opportunity to prove themselves.
And it's very cool to even watch them play at this point, Sully, because we haven't even seen them play too many tournaments outside of VCT at all. It's only been the VCT for the last few months, and they still have a couple of pretty good notches under their belt. I mean, they ended up beating FaZe Clan, what was it, 2 months ago at this point, but that was all the way back in Stage 2. When it comes to Stage 1, they ended up having their last run halted by Envy, and, like you said, Renegades yesterday to make their way in. But what about BBG, Sully?
Oh, BBG, it's a very, very similar story in the fact that BBG themselves have been a team that were the Titan Slayers. They took down the best in North America, right? The former Reykjavik champions.
Yeah.
They took down Sentinels, but ever since then, it's been nothing but stale, stagnated, and they've kind of slowly fallen behind the tier 2 curve. And honestly, it's a shame really to see, but what's good to see is that they're making changes. They've recently brought in Trill over Critical. He'll be stepping in to play kind of a new smoke role where Poach will pick up the Sova role instead. And possibly they've been looking to upgrade their coaching infrastructure and bring in some new ideas and new thought processes to maybe bring themselves back to the forefront of North America.
And as we bring up the rosters, let's talk about the rosters, as there has been a multitude of changes for really both of these teams throughout the last few months. I mean, T1, they had a moment where they had Brax and then they didn't have Brax, and now they have Brax again. Try to run me through this, Sully.
Yeah, so just running over the T1 guys, obviously, if you guys checked out the Renegade game, the three most notable players, at least in my eyes when I was watching that game, is Brax, Curry, and Automatic. Brax, I think, is undisputedly looked so much better ever since he's been pushed onto a Sova role, and I'm super excited to see if he's able to, again, have that performance here today. Now, for the likes of Curry and Automatic, those will kind of be our two-star duelists, most notably Automatic. He is the spear point for a lot of T1 executions. If you see Automatic, expect 4 players behind him ready to reinforce for those team executions. And then for Curry, he's been looking good on the Reyna as well, particularly on Icebox, playing kind of a flex Sky initiator, dropping 46 kills in 23 deaths against Renegades yesterday. Again, that's on a flex of Reyna and Sky, so keep your eyes out, especially for Curry, as I'm super excited to see what he can bring.
Really, the entirety of T1 is finally coming back to at least a little bit of prominence, or at least a little bit of consistency. I'm excited to see what these players got for us, but where are they even going to play, Sully? Of course, we have our map selections, and they are all ready to go. And from the very beginning, we're already seeing some familiar maps for both of these teams.
Icebox, especially, I think, being one of the more familiar maps, in particular for T1. They played it yesterday against Renegades. They look exceptionally good. They're very team focused on this map, currently at a 5-0 record. Then on the other side of BBG, they're not too far off it as well. It's not their map pick, but they're currently 4-1. They've made a couple of comp changes here and there. They brought in the Rays over the Reyna to maximize utility, but otherwise, we should see very similar compositions on Icebox and a very close matchup given the current records. Now, going to our second map of Ascent, this is a map that T1 haven't played too much. They're currently only 1-0, but that 1-0 was in the round of 64. It's a map they haven't been tested on, and it's one of the best that BBG have. 5-0 at the moment. If we had to go to a third map, I think this could be where like the deciding factor is. If BBG can bring it and play lights out on Ascent, we could see that third map of Bind Gus.
And of course, when you talk about Bind, we can kind of land into a little bit more of an equal standing, at least for that map alone. Bind has been played out a few times, specifically by T1 in the last few months, and really just throughout the last few days. I mean, just yesterday, or excuse me, 2 days ago, they ended up playing Bind, what, 3 times throughout this tournament already? So actually allowing Bind to be that third pick for T1, for BBG, that might be a nightmare. Yeah,
and it's scary specifically for BBG because they haven't played it since the last challengers, the last open qualifiers against Rise, where they lost 13-1. So they're currently 1-1 on the map. You don't expect them to bring this map into the map pool, but they've elected to keep it in. So have to see, maybe they've done some recouping. But for now, let's bring our focus back here to Icebox. It's our first map lined up.
Indeed it is, folks. Our third representative for North America out of these open qualifiers are about to be decided. And for Icebox, at least, Sully, we've already seen a multitude of changes for both of these teams on this map going into this tournament.
Yeah, specifically as well for T1, Curry, I feel like it's the meme, like Curry sits and spawn his Viper and just sits there and watches for lurks. Well, you know, he's upgraded. He's on the Reyna now. Now he's sitting in mid, watching for the lurks and trying to put pressure on that B-bomb side. So T1, a lot of the comp changes have come from definitely the recent moves they made, right? Dawn coming up from the Academy team, picking up Viper, Ska moving over to Sage, Rax now in the Sova, which we spoke earlier, looking really good. But now let's bring our focus back to BBG. Very similar compositions, like I said. Will has been playing exceptionally well recently, alongside Trill, who's kind of been playing this flex player as a Sage, as a controller from here and there on certain maps. But BBG, on this map in particular, keep your eyes out definitely for Will and Rarkar. We want to see how these double duelists stack up against the likes of T1's double duelists of Curry and Automatic, which we have film of, and we know how good they can be themselves.
And now we still have to at least going back to your first point about Curry and Don even switching up those positionings, I just like the fact that both T1 and BBG are even making changes at this point, Sully, because T1, in all honesty, they had a really good, stage 2. Not too many things to even, super intricately work on, but it's good to even see them making moves. Folks, we are finally getting into Icebox, and with just about 10 seconds left, the pistol round is about to go down. A bit of a default early on.
Yeah, and before we even get to this round, I want to jump back to obviously your topic about stage 2. They lost to Sentinels, and it wasn't even in dominant fashion. So T1, they are a competitor, and they are here to stay. Pistol round, like you said, default very slow from T1. Now, typically, we've seen kind of just full execs from T1, but against maybe a little bit more advanced of a team like BBG, they want to take things slow. Automatic going to spot out the A bombs. They get info of 2 players. On the other side, Curry is going to do his thing and try and get a little bit of info and get deep into B main.
And immediately, you have that defensive side starting to back out. It's really just Rockcar starting to get a little bit of early information. I do like the fact that Donnie's even sticking around alongside Automatic. It's called a default for a reason. None of your players are really going to make any sort of drastic measures, but Rockcar could certainly get up that first contact. Automatic.
Oh my.
About getting on top of the ramp. Rockcar had the right angle. He's going to be able to escape maybe. Automatic has it back. It's still an even 5v5. T1 is still thinking about even making that A approach. Yes, they got that contact, and yes, they have most of their util. But as we speak, so yes, it is going to be an A take. But look over towards mid. Curry sneaking his way through. This is really only something he does like very, very rarely. But he's going for it, and Bjor shuts him down. In comes the take.
Okay, immediately BBG recognized that slow take. They're waiting for some kind of lurk on the side of T1. And well, they've been able to read this round perfectly. They understood Curry's playing, and now they're able to congest this site. Brack's trying to pull them out of the hole, but it's not good enough. As Don's the last to fall. BBG, great information from Rockcar at the beginning of the round in T1. It was kind of obvious that the exec was coming when things kind of slowed down. Rockcar got that first contact on an Automatic. He was able to read out the situation. Okay, things have slowed down. Why? Probably because there's been an alert coming. Curry has played that position over and over in the past against Renegades. If you watch that VOD back, which I imagine BBG have, that's one of the threats that they recognize. Spin back for Curry, and the whole execution falls apart.
Again, it is quite interesting that Curry already immediately off of that pistol round is going for, or really just this entire team. They're putting Curry in that position. But again, switching up the approach, switching up tempo this early on in the game, it's not exactly a bad idea. Throwing a wrench into the gears, but in we go again, though. Yet another round where it is pistols for T1.
Oh, no.
Will could certainly get himself a couple of frags, but he's down to 22 HP. But Poach is here to try to help out. Same thing with Roarcar. Don now the last person remaining in a 1v5. All he can do is tap away and potentially get more than a singular exit. But no, absolutely he is done for. BBG with a second round. And we're not going to be seeing anything, too crazy in these early rounds anyways. I just want to see how T1 even is going to approach that mid side again, because it has been more of a makeover for them.
Yeah, so T1 have been the team that kind of, like I said in the pre-show, is they've always been very focused on just doing full side executions to the team, which we've seen already last 2 rounds. Default out in the pistol, work back into a site with Curry on that lurk. Here, similar thing it looks to be, as they have the full rifles in their hands, light shield on Skadoodle and a little bit less on Curry, but he's got that devour possibility, so he'll be able to charge himself up fully. But BBG, this is their full bonus round. It's crucial that if they can deal damage or possibly even win the round, they'll be setting themselves up for the next 2-3 rounds. And that wall in particular is definitely going to disrupt any kind of Curry lurk that they may have wanted to set up here, T1. And so BBG, now they understand this A hit is coming, and now they got to be prepared for it.
Okay, less potential off of a retake is the only thing that I'll say about that, but still fairly interesting that they went for full mid control. They still have one person watching that back cross. It's currently Don. But as the plant finally goes down, Don might actually catch up his first contact, and it's going to be his only contact as he takes down Bjor Lulu. And the rest of the defensive side, they do start to come out of rafters. 3 over towards that back line. And will drive through the wall. Gonna be able to take down Automatic. Curry around the corner. He might have 2 people to aim on. Indeed, he starts to spray. Has to dismiss around the corner. Makes it. No, he doesn't. Will finally takes him down. It's a 2v3. BBG currently at a disadvantage. They barely have any util to cover up this spike. At this point, it is dire straits. Look at the lineups, too. Dawn has an orb on, has a snake bite on. Will has no chance. He has to run for the hills. T1 with their first round.
Yeah, it really didn't even matter if they were able to find the kills, BBG, on the players on the site, because as soon as Dawn won that fight against Bior on that lurk, he was able to just sit back, toss snake bites, and help support his team in any way he could from the top of belt. So no matter what, it was a difficult position to be in if you are built by gamers, but they are able to at least take away 3 guns. That was, again, their bonus round. Will walks away with a rifle. The rest of his team have plenty of credits to reinvest. On the other side, it feels like, again, T1, despite winning, apparently they've got the weaker buy, and they'll be left with hardly any credits left over. So a critical round for both these sides, and one that could find some early momentum in the back pocket of either winner.
Revealing area.
So we're getting a momentum shifting round. It's going to start off with the SMG getting a frag. Dawn dropping it alongside his teammates with a cheeky peek over towards pipes. But again, it just is interesting that nobody from this team even peeked out from A main. They opted to go from from top heaven down into that same elbow position. So just kind of interesting how that pathing works. But it certainly is a counter for Rarkar. So 3 players on the back of site for BBG. Will worked up on top, and he's still able to take down Automatic. Again, a distinct lack of util thus far for T1. They're not fully investing into this.
Oh, and there is really no info for BBG that this is a full committed A hit, simply because Bior, after getting punished in that last round and having the notion that Curry again could be on that very late mid lurk, he's not able to buy and rotate over with the information that, okay, no one is towards B main, so he's playing a little more cautious towards B, knowing that there could be an instant cancel. But with the contact made from Curry onto Will, I think that kind of sells the deal that this is an A hit.
Indeed it is. The Viper wall, of course, being there from the very beginning of the round, reinforced by a Sage wall right behind it. It's going to lead to a red carpet run into the middle of site. What a lineup for that. Oh, for that snake bite. And out goes Poach out with a kill. Now it's Dawn now in a 1v3. Has the lineup back. Has 2 snake bites in. Bounces one right into the middle of sight. Poach is still defusing. Poach didn't get hit by the snake bite at all. And it's Trill alongside BR to finally get that last kill. So BBG, although losing out on a little bit of steam, it was simply their bonus. With the rifles back in their hands, Sully, they're able to take back the lead.
Yeah, Trill throwing up that wall last second might have given like the snake bite a little bit of an awkward bounce, and so he's just able to stick it there nonetheless. It's an awkward plant spot for a Viper as well, knowing that you're kind of playing top belt. It's a very off angle, if I'm being completely honest. So Dawn in a tricky position nonetheless, but very well played here from BBG. They slow down the push, they play crossfires, and T1, as they walk into the side, are getting kind of peppered down by all the stray bullets. And so BBG picking up a 3rd round here. Like I said, that round in particular would have been a huge swing round economically, and you see the impact. T1 down to just pistols here as they look to at least pull some guns away, but Will in an upward position is good for 1.
Oh, look at Will shifting on top of the box instead. I thought he was going to satchel back over towards yellow or potentially in top of white box, but okay, decent little satchel. Bjorn does have to clean this up, though. They haven't recovered that rifle, nor do I think that they'll ever be able to recover that rifle. Actually, no, it's on the ground. It's literally right in front. I thought I dropped from like, the box or something, but they did get the rifle, it seems. Still Trill trying to hold on back after Bior ends up going down. This is good though. Dawn already has full ulti, so it doesn't exactly have anything too crazy to fight for. BBG, their economy is still very fragile. They have to hold on to this crossfire. No way! 2 headshots back from Dawn, and he could have changed the composition of this game entirely, Sully.
Yeah, if he gets those 2 kills, you wonder what happens to BBG. He gets two free kills, drops 2 rifles. That's 4 reinvestments that BBG would have had to make, but with 3 players alive, it's light reinvestments at that point in time. So T1, semantics, and an obligatory round beside. They'll have the rifles back in their hands, and Will have the showstopper. I imagine he might go for an aggressive play towards B main, and that's why they put the Viper here on A instead. So the ults are being utilized here from both sides of the A and B bomb side, I'd imagine. Not just yet here from Will, but he has that just in case. And with T1 so focused towards B main, that showstopper potential becomes really scary. And it's good they use the Hunter Streak because they're trying to punish that so they don't have to worry about it later.
Okay, early wall, but these 2 players have to bail. Trill getting knocked out from behind, from up top. And there you go. It is Skadoodle getting up that last kill. Still good, though, that you have the rest of BBG still holding up that mid side. But really, it is all for naught. Mid side doesn't have to get focused up whatsoever. The early Viper's Pit is going to dissipate as we speak. Now T1 with this full post plant. They have Dawn, who has a Viper's Pit. They have Skadoodle that could be able to revive any of his teammates that gets dropped off this post plant. There goes the fake. There goes Bjorn from up top. So getting the kill onto automatic. A great trade back from Skadoodle. Brax still behind the wall, waiting out for Rarkar. Skadoodle alongside Dawn, still back over towards main. And a well-communicated peek ends up getting the kill. Skadoodle at the same time with a revive. T1, they have a second and very efficient round.
Such a great way to clear out B main. I mean, you just push forward, you get the wall up, you get that early Owl Drone tag, knowing that the Hunter's Fury is going to force Will out of position, make it a lot more difficult for him to use that showstopper in such a congested area. Working up together again, you see Automatic being that spearhead, trying to clear out the angles, and he does exactly that, finding a kill. Teammate Skadoodle right after is going to get the second frag, and BBG. Unfortunate that they're not able to hold on to B the way they would have hoped with that showstopper. But hey, T1 did a great job clearing, and now we see again a buyback from both sides with both of our jets on the server running with the blade storms to serve economy.
Yeah, them choosing different sidearms though is a little bit of like it's like a personality test. Like, what pistol do you choose if you're going on knives?
Precision with the Sheriff and the spray with the Frenzy.
Yeah, no, I'm glad I'm more of an automatic type guy. I'm glad I can relate to him with at least one respect. I do indeed. I'm mostly a Frenzy when I'm on knives. That aside, I'm not playing VCT. Automatic is at the moment. Still, the rest of his team making his way all the way over towards that A site. It is that early Viper wall again, and this time it's actually a tell because they're actually going to capitalize with it. Out goes Automatic with a kill. Poach from behind the wall, still able to get a trade back onto Automatic. Poach is back in terms of HP. Trill is here to try to wide swing. Dawn is going to stay safe, so that Viper's Pit is going to stay intact. Poach was in the backside this entire time.
Hello?
But going for it, peeks out, and he takes down Curry. Not the player that was planning, but still very good positioning regardless. It is Bjorn now in a 1v3. Sees a Viper's Pit, but he still gets hit by it. And Brax with a nice angle actually from heaven. A third round for T1. And again, it was yet another more cut and dry round. That take was not very laborious at all.
No, not at all. T1, they kind of just barrel their way into the site. They know they have the ult's power. They know they have the better weaponry at least. So, walking on in, Curry using his ult. Automatic and Dawn as well. 3 ultimates, and it's a recipe for them to win that round. And T1, they make it look very, very easy. Again, though, that Viper's Pit making things very hard on that A-bomb site. It'll force BBG with that round loss back onto pistols. And we see here, T1 with that that 4-man A stack from BBG. T1's focus is back to the B-bomb site. And you feel like this is a round where it's all about exits, knowing that the site will be given up pretty easily.
Yeah, I assume that's the case, but actually look at the speed of the retake or the rotate from BBG. Instead of there only being one person here, there's indeed 4, and they already have a pick back from Trill.
And there's a showstopper.
Indeed. Will waiting for it. There goes that satchel, and there goes the kill from Will. Now it's a 2-man advantage, make it only a 1-man advantage. Brax on the lurk over towards the mid side, catching up Rarkar as he was actually starting to think about a rotation. Curry picking up the spike. This might just be a back out for T1. They're doubling back, but look at 2 players behind yellow box. Will's gonna be able to get 1. Trill with a second. Leaving now only Brax in a 1v3. There goes the revive. Brax now with a spray down. Gonna be able to get 2. The third person remaining now for BBG is Poach now in the middle of sight.
He's got time to make this rotation. 30 seconds off of his recon bolt, but he has Owl Drone and double shocks. And if he wants to go for this A plant, Poach is going to, I imagine Poach is going to go for a gun here. So we'll be kind of on even footing with both players and their HP. I think Poach has the inherent advantage. If Brax can get this spike down before Poach is ready to make this rotation, then he has the advantage here. But
he still has Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, and he's rotating through the mid side. This is exactly what he's looking for. If he can get the right angle, though, that's the real question. Brax will have the spike plant with just enough time. And yeah, Brax lined up perfectly for these shock darts if he wants to fall back to belt.
He's too far away, Sully. Yeah, no, I mean, it makes sense that Poach stayed in B, but it was all just a matter of if Poach can even hear that planter. Indeed, he couldn't. Gonna go for the early Hunter's Fury. So instead, now Brax has full advantage. He has double shock darts. He even has his Owl Drone. He already has a charged up Recon and a Hunter's Fury to boot. Brax can win this round without peeking a singular time against Tier Poach. But Poach defusing with the Owl Drone on, but he actually does stick it. In we go. Brax going for the wide swing. Brax takes forever to take down Poach, and Poach having a cakewalk. He's chilling in the middle of sight defusing, and Brax is still thinking about whether he wants the wide swing or not with that Owl Drone. That is going to be a win back for BBG.
Oh no, Brax, you had the clutch, man. Oh, you should have. If he shoots a recon bolt here, he gets the same info play regardless, but using the Owl Drone, giving seconds for Poach. The time it takes to get off the Owl Drone and then for the swing, it's all Poach needed, man. Oh, disaster for Brax after having almost an insane 1v3 clutch.
Indeed.
And now BBG with that round one, they'll have the buyback. Similar though for T1, they're not exactly out of the round just yet. They themselves have got guns here as well, and they are again attempting the B bomb site. Bior is just gonna be here to delay. Toss that snake bite down to deny the spike plan or buy at least a little bit more time for these rotations. Look at it, they are very quick, BBG. All 4 players here, and Rarkar on that A site is confirming the hit.
Oh yeah, no, and it's not just early control of the B site. It is control of the entire vicinity. They're all the way back over towards spawn. Now watch out for Brax. He's actually trying to clear out that back. He's actually trying to clear out back space with that Hunter's Fury. Interesting, but that still is a confirmed kill, and that is control back for BBG of Snowmen. So watch out for Automatic right behind the wall. Automatic going down to Poach off of that mid cross. These last 2 players, Dawn and Brax. Brax only has 1 shock dart remaining. 1 piece of util alone. Brax still hiding away. Dawn playing Ring Around the Rosie as he takes down Trill. Now it's a 2v2. Dawn plays with the Rarkar, but Rarkar with 34 HP gets the headshot, and Brax makes up for the blunder, and he wins out the 2v1.
Okay, Brax, you make 1 mistake in the last round and you come back hot as ever. A nice 2v1 at the very end, and he's able to close it out. Well, okay, then BBG in a 3v2. They had the post plant in their hand, right? You get that kill back, Yellow, but you don't expect this play. And I think Rarkar was just trying to get to the spike before it hit that critical point of detonation. And while Brax exploiting that little gap, able to find the first and flick to the second, it's perfect from him. And now BBG, now the buy is mixed. Poach will be the only one here with a rifle. Rarkar looking for these knives here. We'll see if T1 are able to deny him, but at the moment, they're not even going to make that attempt. Automatic on the operator has an opportunity to find an opening pick in the back lines.
And as the take goes down, it's a little bit weird seeing most of the players from BBG over towards that back line. They're really not able to do anything until the peek out for T1 comes in, and indeed, that's the dynamic. Poach ends up getting an early kill right onto Curry, and Curry was the only player that tried to cross here. As this is going down, T1, they're not exactly making space on any other side of the map. They only have 1 person over towards that back lane, and T1 is still pushing here into the middle of the A site. Finally, a bit of a ping. Fake spike plant. No, it is finally going to be committed. But no one from BBG goes for the peak, so instead it's just going to be a laborious retake, or a very fast one at that, an explosive one. Out they go. Recon bolt early. Rarkar with a wide swing. He's able to get 1. An immediate trade from Automatic. Automatic with the up. Able to get 2. And he's dashing away. Trying to get away. It's a mosh pit of T1 players trying to catch up to him. And indeed, now Dawn is the only person remaining in a 1v3. It is Thrifty. 6-4 is our scoreline. And
Thrifty.
BBG basically, all they did was wait.
2 rounds in a row. They somehow pull off another Thrifty, and they do it here by putting immense pressure on the players trying to play the post plan. T1, every time they've hit the A site, it's been an immediate retreat to allow snake bites, to allow Dawn to play with his ult, to allow Dawn to play with the snake bites as well. And man, BBG, they read it. They said, okay, we'll just take the fight too. We're going to put a whole lot of pressure on the players trying to fall away. And now all of a sudden, with a map pick of T1 and a map that they're currently 5-0 on, BBG have guaranteed themselves a 6-6 half, and especially on the defensive side. T1 with another buy here, but BBG clearly the huge advantage in terms of firepower.
So again, A on lockdown early on. Rarkar is still playing that contact over on A site, but T1, there we go. I said I was interested to see how mid would work, and this is the first full take of it. They're going into tunnel slowly. They still have 2 players out from behind. They ended up placing up a Viper wall. Potentially help out for a crossover on A, but it's certainly helping out Skadoodle as he takes out control of Kitchen. Still 1 player back in B main. This is really going to be the only person that can contact here for BBG. Shrill is here. They haven't cleared him yet. And indeed, they're not going to clear him. They're going to let B main all open. They want the control of really the rest of the site instead. Now they're going to try to fight for that 1v1. In goes at least 1 player, 2 players back over towards Snowman. Poach and Bjorn might be running into Automatic, but Automatic goes down to Trill. Trill off the wide swing, and Yellow finally goes down. But it is finally BBG making moves, but they get trapped. The unorthodox work of T1 ends up giving them the round.
It's unorthodox, but it's one that works out extremely well. Dawn throwing up a very late Viper roll into the mid side, allowing that cross safely, and now they know when T1 are entering into the site, you just have to isolate this orange fight. You get that first kill, more than likely this second player is going to be around the yellow side, and well, they didn't really need to challenge him. You get that spike down, you can fall back to where once you came. You know where players are going to be falling from. Spike is planted perfectly for you with a lineup. So T1, they wanted those fights nonetheless. They're able to get them done, and Automatic, or apologies, Skadoodle in that last round charging up the revive. We'll have it here for the final round of the half, and there's even a post plan out. Viper's Pit ready here for Dawn, and again, T1 more or less the same, working up the mid side. A little bit of a variation with more players congested in the tube area.
No, it still is 2. They haven't actually committed more. Oh, too much. Now in we go. Automatic has slipped through the crack of mid, and now the spike is fully on B, and now Curry, who took up that kitchen control, finally helps out by taking down Will off the rotation. Bjorlulu off that, if I'm not mistaken, off the flank and mid. Finally ends up getting that kill back, so still a 4v4. But speaking of flanks, there's actually Brax on the way back. Brax takes down Poach, and that might be the only one he can get. Everyone else from BBG is just trying to book it right into the middle of the B site. Viper's Pit right in the middle of Kitchen, and it is absolute chaos, and Dawn is holding it down. Nobody can make it through what is essentially enemy lines. And now Bjor, he's trying to reinvest into that Viper's Pit, but it's Brax with a spray down through, and T1 with a great streak to end the half, Sully.
Yeah, to end it 6-6, and well, the stretch of that Viper's Pit going all the way around into Kitchen, it makes it so difficult for the side of BBG to even work in. And well, it starts off with a really nice series of picks, but the scoreline 6-6, Gus, I think we talked about it a little in the pre-show, and it kind of shows here in the scoreline. BBG and T1, 2 teams that have been revitalized. One looking for a chance to redeem themselves after a failed run in stage 2. Actually, both of these teams kind of, and they are clashing. It's never been this close before, I believe, between these 2 teams, and man, they are delivering here on Icebox.
A revitalization of both BBG and T1 potentially, and this game is getting real fun. It's a tie scoreline going into the second half. We'll see you guys there. And we are back. It is T1 facing off against Built by Gamers here in map number 1 to decide who out of these two teams ends up making it into next weekend. My name is Upmind, joined here by Sully, and the pistol round for the second half is about to go down.
Yeah, just to recap the last half, it was as close as you could honestly get. T1 pulling ahead a little bit in the beginning, and then BBG finding two thrifties almost in a row. There's like one round to separate them, but BBG coming up huge with a couple of thrifties to find themselves a 6-6 scoreline. And well, both sides, they've been clashing hard and clashing heavy, but this most people know to be an attacking side of map. Well, BBG, they played well in the defense. We'll see if they can replicate it here. T1 off the bat, two-man push down towards Tube, and an empty A bomb site. It's T1 electing to play the retake here.
And exactly not a bad idea, because T1, they were still playing more mid-centric the last time I saw them on Icebox. So still wanting that early defensive control, not a bad idea. Now they have everything, Sully. They already have 3 players on that flank, as BBG is only now starting to get that plant. Look, there's nobody for BBG back here. Curry has more space to act, but Pure hustling towards that back pipe, and he immediately finds Curry, and he's still trying to find a second. Pure, the guardian of the back line, but he almost anticipates an automatic to still be here too. And indeed, his intuition is correct. Automatic ends up getting the kill, but Will and Rockar at the same time getting out 2 incredibly important ones. And now Skadoodle pinched out by the last 3. It is BBG with another pistol in.
Bior does it does literally everything for BBG in that round, at least in the post play. Finding those 2 kills and then getting info on that third as to where automatic is. I don't know how he gets both those kills, right? It's acceptable if he gets one, but with 3 players on that flank, someone needs to trade out the player that falls instantly. That being Curry. As soon as Curry goes down, instant trade needs to be recognized, and T1 will be knocked down a peg, as it'll be another eco round for them. It's an anti-eco here for BBG. 5 Spectres picked up. Curry, the only one buying below 1,000, has got a Sheriff and is, I think, elected to go for a Devour and a Lear. An automatic with the single Marshal. So this round you expect to go the way of Built by Gamers. 5 Spectres and more or less the same of an exec. That is, if automatic doesn't hit these shots, and well, he's already connected one to Rockar. He'll be healed up here by Trill. For the time being, Will is going to be made sure to take that space.
No, automatic with that Marshal making it work.
Tag.
Still getting at least 1 tag onto Bior. Still the rest of BBG beginning to boot back over towards B, where they still have someone. It is good that Dawn at least have that orb over towards mid, but I think his toxins have actually ran out. But what a shot from Dawn. Classic midair, taking down Will. Huge headshots, but again, the best thing that Dawn could do at this point is literally wait out. He still had an orb in the middle of sight, and he even gets in a little bit of a snake bite. What a lineup from Will. He was more than ready for that line of work, and now automatic with 2 huge kills from the Marshal. Oh, it's just Trill and Bior.
And now it's flipped back. Trill is suddenly in defender spawn. He's got a player on his backside, that being Curry. There comes that Sheriff, and Bior, he is in no position to do anything. 49 HP, a wall to obstruct, and that snake bite simply is not going to connect. Look at the way the spike was planted. It was planted so it couldn't happen to them, and it happens to them here. A thrifty round coming out of T1, and somehow, some way, they're able to pull it off. The Marshal comes up huge, and Dawn in particular does a massive job in finding that kill and slowing down the play.
Yeah, no, super brutal for BBG though. I mean, a little bit of a funky idea to even have that double satchel over in mid, but I get wanting to take, you know, potentially some early B control, but even then, hindsight's very much 2020.
Yeah.
And at this point, BBG, they just have to recoup. They're going back into a full team take over here on this B side, except for one on the other side of the map. It is the Sheriffs and the Classics ringing out true to get themselves a kill.
Rotation back in already from Skadoodle. Dawn just sitting behind yellow. Curry was checking out towards the mid side, but now with this cutting of noise, you can see Curry's like, okay, there's a chance they could rotate back. I'm going to try and anticipate this play, and Rockar is indeed one of the players kind of falling back. Brax's Aljo not getting the distance, so he's not going to be fully convinced they could be on a rotate just yet. So the idea is there for T1 that BBG could be coming back towards the A side, and while there's a wall of support thrown down by Dawn, but it's only Curry here, and he could be overwhelmed. A Vandal for Poach, 3 sheriffs, it's a deadly combination. You get the site, you pop that Viper's pit, and next thing you know, you have 2 rifles in your hand and you're suddenly in a man advantage.
So on paper, it sounds good for BBG, but they at least just have to enact that whole ideology. Now in comes Curry. There you go. Immediate dismiss, and there goes the man advantage. T1, now they have full control here. This A site, 3 players have already rotated in. BBG, they have made no steps here in the middle of site. That Viper wall has still held them back for a while. And finally, the SMGs and rifles are going to ring out true in what is anticipated in an anti-eco. An 8th round for T1.
You gotta love especially the timing that Curry's able to get alongside the perfectly placed recon bolt from Brax. They break it, they get the info. Curry's in a perfect spot. They don't expect him to be there. You see how they toss that Sage Orb and they're like, okay, we can slow down that backside play. Curry's already there, finds one off the Spectre, taking him off the top rope and immediately dismissing out to fall back to his team. So T1 making light work of the anti-eco round as built by gamers will have their full buy back. This is where things do indeed get spicy. 2 players again stacked to the B side. Both the Sage and the Viper looking to combo, but it's BBG who are taking quick space up, and well, that Owl Drone tag is going to force him away. Automatic, missing almost a free shot for him, but he's got the input at the very least that this is now almost committed to be a B split, or at least a full B hit now.
It is still quite tough. At least in terms of that first contact. I just like the fact that Automatic is still trying to maintain a semblance of control here because everyone else for T1 has already backed out and away. Right. There you go. Automatic off that first pick. Not able to get much though, and I don't think he spotted the spike. It's not going to be anything drastic then. Automatic. He is only maintaining that take, that little pick there. Everyone else for BBG on their way over towards A.
And it's again just Curry here, but he's in a good position. He's behind Jenny or box here. Pops the ult, gets a kill. Even if he's taking a tag, he's going to dismiss out of there, and he can make that easy cross. And look who's here as well. Brax here to support, but it's up to Curry, at least in this position. There's a decent crossfire being held, but in comes BBG for the take now.
Oh, and around the corner, what a wall from Skadoodle. It's still going to delay more time. There's 3 players cooped up right in the middle of sight. 20 seconds left. It is pure chaos. Skadoodle still capitalizing on 2 more kills for himself. Out goes the revive. Out goes a man advantage. The Viper's pit just putting everyone from BBG right into the middle of sight. Bjor wide swinging right into Brax. If anything, these BBG players can still go back, but they have no clue. They're all stuck still in the middle of the Viper's pit. Dawn takes down Poach. Now the man advantage is gone. Bjor with a wide up. Oh, the timing is perfect, and now Automatic. He has nowhere to go, no one to aim on, and that was what BBG was waiting for the entire time. Just play the perimeter, play the Viper's pit. You don't even need to play the back of sight. What am I even saying? I'm saying, oh, BBG, they have their space. They don't need that space, Sully. They have all the control right in the middle of sight, and that's gonna be 8-8.
Wow, I made BBG late exit back into the A bomb site, all coordinated off of just a Viper's pit to allow them to access the site plant and then just kind of congest all of A. We've seen how difficult it can be at times to maneuver around a Viper's pit, and well, T1 certainly struggled there. You expect it and you hope that Curry in that crossfire alongside Brax could have done a whole lot more to at least deny that opportunity, but BBG barreling their way into sight. They made it happen, they made it work, and well, like you said, things are tied up. T1 on the other hand was just a bonus round, so Automatic can reinvest into the operator. Everyone will have rifles here, and once again, we've got another full rifle round where both teams will be clashing.
You still gotta watch out for a bit of utility over towards that mid side. Not even utility, just a peak period. I'm looking at Curry at the moment, still sitting up in the middle of tunnels. And he's just playing that for a little bit of audio, too. These 2 players from B main, they are sitting pretty steady, but they can back out at any moment. They can trust Curry to at least get a couple audio inputs. However, early on, it is that pick back onto Poach. The A site might just be wide open, though.
Yeah, Will has found a little bit of a gap, and they know that with Curry not kind of challenging them, we know that Curry's been one of those guys to take that fight, get a kill, dismiss out. They've cleared E-Box, and so The threat seems to have been removed, but rotations coming in, a push down from Dawn towards B main, and this slow down play from BBG is allowing T1 to gather more intel, gather more info, and figure out what they want to do, knowing it's an A hit at this point in time.
Oh, out goes that early Sage Wall again. He is going to plug up that short side, and it does allow T1 to go right into the middle of the A site, and that's all that they wanted, and BBG is giving it to them. Nobody left here on the A site for BBG. They're doubling back to B, and Dawn is here, deep into B main, getting 2 kills. It's all his. Rawcar finally with a kill back onto Dawn. 20 seconds left. It is an absolute marathon. It is a sprint at this point for Automatic as he tries to get back over towards that B site. Finally, out goes the plan. Automatic's thinking about it. Rawcar around the middle. There goes the lineup, but not able to get the shot in. So instead, the plant stays firm.
Rawcar's got the knives, but he's got a Vandal instead. Automatic as well with his knives. This is close. 3 versus 2. They might not expect Trill's positioning. That could be the game changer of this round, Gus. And well, there's a flank coming in from B main, so this makes things a lot more difficult for BBG.
And that's the lineup to Rawcar. Oh, Rawcar could only get one. Curry coming up from behind, and that's gonna be the end of the round. Again, I do like the fact that the 3v2 was actually, I guess you could say, enacted upon. You just had the 2 players out in the open, and Curry literally just waiting for his 2 teammates to go down in a heap. Just good timing, good communication. A lead for T1, and a well-deserved one at that.
Ooh, Dawn holding it down here, especially at Garage, delaying, getting info, and well, they might not have expected Trill's positioning, but even with that double swing, there were so many positions he could have been in, and they were definitely ready for it. They get that instant trade as soon as he makes that fight happen, in BBG off to, again, another eco round with Rawcar's knives being most readily available in quotes rifle to utilize, whereas T1 sitting comfortably economically. Dawn even making the sacrifice of light shields, but a fast play for BBG straight up the mid tunnel, and well, Skadoodle instantly denying the first, but a good trade back from Rawcar.
No, I was about to say they could barely trade because of that slow orb, but out goes the peaks. Automatic still able to get the kill onto Rawcar, and it is an absolute massacre in the mid side alongside in B main as T1, yes, they clean up the round.
Okay, T1, nice and easy. Skadoodle locking down the top of tube. Yes, 1 kill goes back onto Brax towards a boiler, but BBG, they tried to make it quick and painless, is what I'm getting at, right? Just rush up mid on your eco round, get it over with. Now you've got the guns back here, but what can you make of it? Because T1, they've put up a really solid defense ever since they won that 4-spy or that eco round in the second after the pistol. They've been looking strong, and it's been difficult for BBG to crack through. The info game has been perfect from T1. They understand that, okay, push down B main here, Don. You can get that info, take early fights, just like Automatic is doing here. And you find yourself a very early advantage, and that's what they're looking for here in the form of Curry and Automatic. If they get a kill, get out, get the free pick, you got a 4v5 right off the bat.
Yeah, no, and even if both of these players are sitting up on such open positions, they're here for a reason. They want to see as many angles as possible, and you said that they can back out at any point. Indeed, they can. The dismiss and the dash readily available. However, BBG, I don't think they're giving anything to T1 in this round. It is a full default. Oh my, I need to... You know, I sometimes just need to bite my tongue sometimes. BBG, although they weren't giving anything for a good while, they finally give them a pixel over an A main. But that's all it is. It is simply a pixel. No kill thus far. As now we wait out for these 2 players in B main and 2 players from A main to end up making their decision.
Got plenty of time to do so. The wall hasn't even been used here by Bior, so the exec is not known. There's not even like an anticipated site hit at the moment. Curry going investigating. Oh, gonna get punished by Will here, and that could be the signifier. There are 3 players here, very, very close, and Ska's got an idea as to where this player is lurking up, and well, there's that pick, there's a Viper's ult, and this just got a whole lot harder for BBG.
Oh my, and with only 20 seconds left, BBG is 4-2 deep, in goes Dawn again! Dawn! He got the lineup! Where did the second kill come from? And Dawn closes it out again! 11-8, the guardian of the B site!
Are you kidding me, Dawn? I thought for sure he got 1-2 kills. Where did the second come from through the smoke? I visibly did not see this kill register.
Just spray, man. There you go.
What?
Dude, he was flicking Mid-flick, he was still spraying, and he got the kill on Poach.
Oh
That is...
my gosh, there's no
That is
way.
so unbelievably unfortunate, but Poach was in the perfect spot for the trade. Dawn legitimately changed that round because of an accidental second kill.
Yeah, exactly. He holds his mouse a little bit too long, and now T1 suddenly... Well, I think they would have won the round regardless. You deny the spike play, but getting 4 there is just spectacular from Dawn. You call him the Garden, well, he's locked down the B side. I don't even know why BBG are testing it again. He's still there. T1 forcing BBG on an eco. This is the anti-eco, and well, BBG have pulled thrifties, but the way T1, the confidence is flowing, it'll be difficult this time around.
Oh boy, Dawn, he was already proving it earlier in this half that legitimately B is his domain. Indeed, it's a domain expansion, bringing that back with the Viper's Pit. Oh my word. It's all on a silver platter for us, this matchup, Sully. I feel like in comes an actual takeover towards that A site. It is Curry with that first pick, but very, very quick back for Rarkar. He sits on top of box, but he's not able to get a kill off that off. Instead, it's trade backs for Trill. Trill almost getting a third one right through the wall. And, like you said, a res right in the middle of sight. He can equalize things to the 3v3. If I'm not mistaken, there's still maybe a rifle over towards that back site. There goes the wall from Trill. Trill is still fighting. Couple of targets over towards that mid side. Still no plant, and Brax takes down Bior. And now it is virtual. No, I'm not going to say impossible for Trill, but it is almost insurmountable. Trill finally goes down. T1, they have their 12th and almost map point.
T1, 4 chances now to close it out. And well, you can look at it. You see the difference. Brax and Dawn pulling ahead immensely for T1, right? So many individual plays in the both of them. Dawn locking down that B bomb site. BBG, 3 ultimates to work with, though. And I think the key here is that they're clearly avoiding the B bomb site. And well, T1, I think they're playing into that fact. They know that the B site is just such a scary task for BBG. And they've played 4 players here. And there are 5 coming here from T1, or apologies, BBG. An early push. This is outrageously aggressive coming out from T1.
Oh, man. T1, they want to close it out now. Skadoodle pushing the situation off the Sage Wall boost. Skadoodle turns into the Battle Sage, and even an Initiator at points. In goes Curry over towards the back line of A main, and he would need at least 2 kills to really make it worth it, but he's not going to be able to do so. It is Dawn, the defender of B, the purveyor of A, potentially. It is a 1v4. Rarkar just around the corner. Still going to be able to get the spray down. Second target on BR, but it was a crossfire at the end with Poach on the other side of the angle. And BBG still stay alive.
I love that change of pace, though, T1. I mean, at least they tried it. That's something that we saw from, like, the glory days of FaZe Clan with their Shmeeg. Just full sending it down to A, and, well, doesn't work out. BBG, they account for everything. They watch the players run through. They're able to pick off players one by one, and now it's narrowed down to 3 chances for T1 to close out this map number 1. And well, BBG, how do they say it? On thin ice economically. That last round, though, will definitely bolster their economy a lot more, keeping 3 players alive and having those 2K players. And now still, those 3 ultimates, automatic once more here on the operator, looking to punish, but not being given the chance to do so just yet.
Oh, automatic! Taking him down like a clay pigeon, and automatic continues his reign of terror. He gets himself a second. Skadoodle in the cheeky spot on top of Radiantite, and he's still able to get another one. Poach and Bjorn, now the last 2 remaining, make it only Poach and make it only T1 standing alive in the server. It is a 13-9 scoreline as T1 are looking good.
But it was close, Gus. 13-9 is nothing to scoff at if you're T1, especially when we hyped these guys up. We said, T1, this is your map pick. You've been revitalized. You're looking good, but so are BBG. You're going crazy with like 21 kills on a Viper. Same thing with Dawn. It was the clash of the Vipers. I said, watch out for the duelist. Watch out for the duelist combos. Well, we watched a duelist combo, and it wasn't as exciting as the Viper play.
And I just love the fact that that Icebox was already a really, really good map for T1. I feel like a lot of that was solidified because of the fact that we really did get a good look of their defensive side. I am more than confident now on at least what is that B hold. It's not just Dawn, of course. Literally, the speed of the rotations for T1 were so good. Like, just the timing was real nice for them throughout the game, but also again, other events happening throughout the game that ended up leading out to the victory. And of course, we are moving on into a map number 2 with T1 with the advantage and only one step away from next weekend. And folks, we are going to go into that second map in just a little bit, but only after the break. So stay tuned because the VCT continues in just a little bit.
I'll just say straight up that people that think that we're playing or not playing tactically and we're just holding W, that's like bullshit, because you're obviously not looking at like the little like fine print of how we play and the small details. You're just looking at surface level, like, oh, like gun go burr, shoot heads. Like I like really you have to really like look at what we do, how we react together as a team, and then you'll realize why we've had so much success that we've had. And that's like one thing people don't notice, and like a lot of people in the community just like, oh, these guys are just like outskilling everyone, that's why they're winning. No, that's not it.
Well, it's Marshall and it's tense.
Warren, this is where Raiders are bred. One more. Yep, now the duelist is starting to come through. Not quite there to help out. Now the swing starting to come through. Whippy just trying to provide some additional ankle.
Welcome back to the final day of the second open qualifier of stage 3 of the VCT. My name is Upmine, joined here by Sully, and before we wrap up map number 1 between BBG and T1, we just wanted to give a big thank you to our sponsor over at Zowie. And folks, you guys already know what's up. We've been talking about it all weekend. We've been talking about it throughout VCT. If you guys want the utmost quality in tactical FPS monitors, of course, check out Zowie. You guys already know what it is. Again, thank you so much to Zowie for sponsoring this stage of the VCT. Sully, of course, throughout that last map, we had a couple of bumps in the road for BBG, but it actually looked a lot closer than it did by the very end of things.
Yeah, I feel like this score isn't a direct representation of how this game was, because there were moments where BBG, they were playing lights out. Plays like this, right? It looked like for a moment at time that T1 would pull ahead and then BBG would come fighting back, and then some crazy play from like Skadoodle or Dawn would come out, or Brax, and that would give a slight edge to T1 now. That was the first half. When we got to this defensive half, guys, I'm not gonna lie to you, T1 absolutely dominated, and while BBG were there as competitors, at the very end, I feel like this was Don's game. I think you said it best. It's his domain expansion on the B site, and after like the 20th round, they just never even touched the B site afterwards.
No, and there was really good reasons why. Their mid takes weren't working, the B main takes weren't working. There was legitimately no way that they could make their way into this site. So, you know, it ended up getting to the point where T1 were actually pushing more bodies over towards A because they trusted that B hold so much. Again, that second half, it was absolutely very clear cut for T1, but BBG, they still are a team with a whole lot of momentum. We saw that throughout that first half, and their map pick of Ascent might be the map where we can finally see that showcase.
Right, this is what we were kind of talking about before, is like, okay, if we were to see a third map, this would be the decider. This would be the map that says, okay, if BBG can come out swinging on map 1, can they maintain that on map 2? They came out swinging. They died down a little bit on Icebox. Same thing with T1. They were very slow to wake up to the call. Then at the very end, T1 came in swinging. Let me remind you, this is BBG's map pick. They are currently 4-1. They're running a triple initiator. Sky, KO, and Sova. On the other side, for T1, they haven't been tested on this map. They played it in the round of 64, and that's the only time they played it with this new and revitalized T1.
Yeah, it is kind of weird actually seeing Ascent being the map that they haven't played recently.
Right?
I mean, the last time they played it was I think like 2-3 months ago now. It was all the way back in stage 1. So all I'm trying to say is that in a tournament, in a circuit where you have to play open qualifiers, and most of the open qualifiers are played on Ascent, it's kind of weird seeing that T1 allowed this pick to happen, Sully.
Yeah, and I mean, heading into this second map, I'm super excited to see if T1 are going to be able to live up to the hype. This is a composition that I'm super interested to see, and how it clashes with BBG's, because you can see the focus, the Killjoy against the KO. I feel like it's like the battle, right? KJ made KO, and KO's back to fight against KJ, and it's perfect, right? This storyline works. Built by gamers with the KO up against the util dump that is T1. You look at this composition, so much reconnaissance in the form of Brax and Skadoodle on Sky and Sova, and then you look at Curry, so much util on the Astra. Dawn as well with that KJ. It's potent for T1. It can all come crumbling down to 3 initiators, and one in particular, that being Rarkar.
And it is actually interesting to see that T1 have actually changed up this Ascent map throughout this month. So again, still taking away the Omen, adding in the KJ, not exactly that big of a question mark. But now let's talk about, of course, BBG. And BBG, we're seeing that integration of KO again, and that is simply just a running trend throughout this entire tournament. KO is actually working on Ascent.
Hey, you know, he's nothing like Yoru. When Yoru came in, we're like, okay, this guy's kind of sick, and then no one played him in pro play. But dude, KO's kit is just designed on Ascent, I feel, especially as like a direct counter to a KJ. You disable util on a side execution, right? You toss that knife into like stairwell, where you can combo that with util, cancel out, suppress the KJ, walk into the site. It's a perfect recipe for the side of Built by Gamers, and I'm super interested to see how a team like this incorporates it, because Rarkar, he's been looking good, right? In the last map when he was on Jet, he looked phenomenal, but now he's got to do it here again on a different agent with a different kit, and we're kicking it off here in the pistol round.
And as we see early on, BBG splitting up at least over towards mid and A. Over towards A, they are indeed not making a singular bit of noise. They're letting the players over towards mid just make it all happen. But they're going to run into a brick wall.
Oh, that
Look
flash.
at this retake. They're trying to retake in mid while pinching up in cat. This is unreal for T1, actually. Let's see if it works. BBG, they're still forcing their way on with Will and Poach. Skadoodle still trying to fight back. But as the dust subsides, we do have T1 in the man disadvantage. This is big for BBG after T1 was trying some tricky stuff in mid.
Flash left over. The owl drone going in from Brax is going to get a little bit of information, but the other two players not necessarily known. But look at the HP. This could be deadly, but Skadoodle tagged down to 6 HP. Things get even more dicey.
And the frenzy watching the drop too. Out goes. There you go. Rarkar playing anti-flash. Will getting full flash, but it doesn't really matter. Amazing setup from BBG at the end. And actually, let's go back potentially and talk about what happened in Cat, because you did have the two players around the corner. That in itself was super weird. But I think that flash from mid, it was a great idea, but I think it ended up being a team flash.
Yeah, you said that dust subsided. I was like, I think I still got
Even
some
that
dust
was
in
a
my
team
eye.
flash.
Right, exactly. I was like, I think I got some dust in my eye because I did not know what was going on. Flashes were going everywhere. Team flashes for T1, and it's hectic over on Catwalk. And well, BBG, they use that craziness to their advantage. Here we kind of see the use of it again. Flashes go in to allow Will to entry. Suppress knife or KO knife going in as well, and Will just clearing it out, but okay. T1 doing some damage back themselves.
Some damage, a lot of bit of damage. Brax now the last one remaining in a 1v2 apparently. Will's down to 83. Rarkar down to 20. There goes the tap from Brax. Brax doesn't have anything to work with. Out goes the recon bolt, and he finds the person over towards Hell. He only has one right click remaining. Still going for the reload. Brax! Oh, get the headshot!
Oh!
Brax wins out the 1v2 with nothing but a classic!
Another thrifty. This is like the fourth we've seen in this series alone. And I think it's one of the first for T1. They do a phenomenal job of trying to use those pistols and the chaos BBG used in the last round. T1 do it here for the Red Bull clutch. Brax, a massive 1 versus 2, and it's only with a classic that he gets
this
this
headshot.
done in this jump, man. Oh, Will, I think when he felt the headshot, he's like, okay, I might be dead here. I just might. And T1, oh, well, they've got the round, and well, BBG is back to pistols for them as well.
Yeah, no, desperate for that headshot, but there you go. This game's already revitalized in this second round, but again, it is the second straight time that BBG have lost a second round conversion, which, again, Sully, if we put it in Valorant terms, is probably one of the easiest things on paper for you to do. You are expected to win out that second round advantage, but Team 1 just doing a good job. They stacked up the right eggs in the right spots, and well, now let's see how T1 is even going to react off of this round, because BBG, yes, they are picking and prodding throughout the map, but they're not getting antsy at all. They're not in the same mode at all as the round before this.
No, they're not even going to try and use that chaos. They know they've got the lesser guns. I think it's all about trying to find picks, Rarkar in particular, using the 0-point knife to at least get a little bit of info on the A side. But you can see how tempered and kind of how T1 are adjusting. Dawn is no longer playing with his util. He's kind of playing a little further back. You sense that presence, and now the alarm bot might sense these players, and it's a perfect setup. But if Rarkar can get the timing, granted there are 2 stars and a nanostorm at the ready, could have a crossfire and could easily support his team. But there goes the util. That actually suppresses both of them. 0-point knife allows an entry, and next thing you know, T1 are suddenly playing the retake.
Yeah, BBG. Yeah, BBG is going to be able to get this plant down. There's still util on site. I think we can still blast away the turret. Why? They're taking so long to take away the turret. The KJ is still alive, guys. In we go. Automatic off that retake. There's legitimately nobody in the middle of sight. There's 2 players over towards Cat. There's 1 player over in A main, but they're still covering it right. Rarkar with a big kill. Bior Lulu doing the same, but that's all the way back in spawn. Poach is now officially the only person here, but he still has the angle. So this is actually allowing Bior to come back. What is going on? It's a 2v2. Dawn and Skadoodle right in the middle of sight. Out goes the recon. And finally, no, Bjorn still gonna be able to get one, and no, Skadoodle finally with the last. Sully, I was starting to sweat a little bit. I think I was getting visually or audibly scared there for a second, but T1 is still able to pull it off.
Dude, there's something about this game so far with teams on thrifty rounds and how dangerous they can be. And BBG, they nearly pull off the reverse again against T1. We would have gone 1 for 1 for 1. And that's not a normal start to any game. T1, though, it would at least pick up the second. And, well, 2 ultimates lined up, 2 major ults. Dons, KJ Lockdown, Skadoodle, Seekers. It can be very useful in this one, especially that lockdown on a retake. Seeing it how the focus seems to be, Dawn will be in rotation.
Yeah, I mean, this entire round solely means everything. This is a reset for both of these teams. And indeed, they feel that intensity.
Oh, yeah,
they
sure.
feel the urge. At least to make their way onto the B side ASAP, and there you go.
Will so far deep here. I think he's trying to anticipate this lockdown play, and T1, the null ultimate, utilized to try and slow down the play and maybe predict if Dawn was going to be playing here. And no, he's not. But this retake, Seekers go out, Flash goes in, and there's a swing. Will good for 1.
Oh, and Will can keep going. Wait. T1 is backing off of this one, potentially. Yeah, no, they're going to let 2 players back out of this. Will could have quite the show here over in top mid. He still has at least one of his knives, I think. But even then, he gets that contact that these players from T1 are all the way back in spawn. So, yeah, it makes sense. It's a save after what might be a reset. T1 can still land on their feet. Automatic is only 1 or 2 points away, I think. 2 points away from that ulti. Of course, economy is going to get redistributed, but still, tie scoreline, Sully.
Yeah, keeping 3 players alive will allow T1 to have this buy back, and those 2 players that ended up falling, like you said, Automatic not too far up the Blade Storm, but I don't know if it's worth the risk to assume that he can get a kill on a pistol. Maybe you pass him back that operator. Yes, indeed, you do. Curry's not going to reinvest at all, or he will, at least in the form of a Sheriff. No rebuy on the shield, so it's not the worst of buys here. Still 4 rifles. Curry is the only one with a Sheriff, which is acceptable, I'd say, purely because he's on the Astro and he's kind of more focused on using his util instead. But 3 players speaking down to the mid side. A very nice guiding light will force them back a little bit. And, well, an attempted B split. A Skadoodle goes 1 for 1, blow for blow, and Automatic with that operator. Good you give it to him, because now he's giving you an advantage.
Automatic back to his old opping ways. He could still get himself a couple of lineups over towards the mid side. We have 3 players from BBG trying to make this cross. Look at Automatic playing the space. Bunch of jiggle peeks, and the timing was totally off. But Automatic could actually use that to his advantage. T1 just off of that peak, or excuse me, BBG, the players off of that pick. They could have assumed that Automatic wasn't watching mid anymore. Automatic goes in for the re-peek, could potentially get another kill. That's a 2-man advantage going in the rest of the round. But instead, we're still seeing 3, and all 3 of these players are going towards B.
0-point knife ready here for Rarkar if he wants to utilize it, assuming that he's able to find a connecting blow with it. And yes, he will in the back side. That'll at least deny a little info. Brax in the back side, but Curry's the big focus.
Yeah, Curry has the angle, and Brax off the crossfire. They work, Sully. It's happening again. BBG now have all broken apart. T1, I would say thrifty, but it's purely because they saved up the rifles from the last round. They make their economy work.
Yeah, very minimal reinvestments, which I guess you can call it a thrifty purely because they didn't reinvest as much as maybe a normal round. So we're just going back and forth at this point between these 2 teams, right? One round goes one way, and the next one, when you have the worst economy, somehow you're able to muster it in. Well, T1, can they break this streak? Or are they going to be able to find a way to put an end to the thrifty buybacks? And BBG with another force up, full rifles at their disposal. Working solo here is Rarkar, and with an early guiding light, there seems to be a big challenge, but now they know where the KJ is at the very least. So the focus of where the lockdown's going to be, that could be a tell as to where maybe BBG want to go for the rest of the exec, and it looks like it could be towards B, with the spike kind of still hovering between both.
And complete lack of control over towards A main, so this just allows Automatic to just chill here forever.
Yeah.
He's essentially going to be the only contact on A sites. There's only going to be 1 contact on Cat. So from now on, T1, they can just put the bodies over towards B main and mid. And they'll be just fine. Look at Automatic, though. He's backed out of wide, and he goes right into A. On his way out too, Rarkar didn't anticipate it. Automatic with his second open shot opportunity, and he's not able to hit. We're back to even strength off the default again.
Yeah, and BBG are kind of just spreading themselves, showing presence everywhere. This is so uncertain for T1. I think it's all in an attempt to try and punish Dawn, and that lockdown has to be the biggest scare. No 0-point knife yet for Rarkar, and with 35 seconds left, they need to get moving. They've worked their way up mid. I think the end here is a B split. Smoke goes down, and yep, it has to be. Flash goes in as well, but this is a great delay. Rotations are in. If I'm BBG, I'm contemplating, what do you do now?
BBG, I mean, they gotta run for the hills.
They're back.
They're sprinting right towards A.
It's
and they're
automatic.
sprinting into a brick wall. Look at Automatic. He gets the first pick. They're nanoswarms and cats. Legitimately, BBG cannot make their way through without taking in a plethora of damage. And indeed, they have. Bjor is still alive. He still gets another kill. Automatic around the corner, trying to find Rarkar. There goes the lineup off the shock dart. And the turret gets the kill. Oh, no. It's a tragedy at the end. BBG, they run out of time, they scatter, and eventually they lose the round.
It felt like that. It's so anticlimactic because the one thing they were trying to play around, that being the KJ, is their demise. Trill going down, the nanostorm causing a great delay, and it's a calamity here for Built by Gamers. You saw the idea, that guiding light, they realized, oh no, we don't want to step foot. There could be too many players on B. They try and double back, but that util Dawn had set up was perfect. And BBG still able to get some sort of buy together. 3 sheriffs, 2 rifles, but for T1, they've broken the curse. No response back for BBG, and a chance for Automatic to find a whole lot of kills down mid.
And it still is going to be more pressure from T1 over towards mid. Automatic with a couple of early shots. Curry, interestingly enough, is playing this angle without any util around him whatsoever, but I don't think he needs it. He's currently looking at the Trailblazer. Curry's gonna take more than enough advantage of this, and he's gonna be able to get 3, make it 4 maybe. No, Automatic with the last, but man, oh man, Curry, I mean, that was dry. That was dry, to say the least. I would have liked maybe a gravity well next to him, at least for safety. But yeah, no, he didn't need it. Curry's doing well, dude. I'm actually really glad to see Curry doing well.
Right. Back then when he was the little baby viper sitting in Icebox attacker spot.
And even before that, right? I was coming from good old CS. Curry was going into collegiate when he first came into Valorant.
He considered retirement.
Yeah. No, it was like basically like a 2-year retirement if you go into collegiate, at least from pro play. But Curry came back,
and here he is
now. Of course, he's changing. He's literally growing up in front of our eyes, Sully.
Brings a nice smile to your face. Well, he's not going to be able to do much in this round, it looks like, as opposite side of the map, the focus from BBG feels to be A, but the rotations we know from T1, and you said it on Icebox, they are exceptionally fast, and they've been nothing but fast, at least in this second map, and at least these first 7 to 8 rounds. The Doodle here to support. Knife going in. Rarkar, I think, is trying to disable Dawn. That hopefully is aimed towards Garden, where you can maybe disable that util. And oh, I don't know if it caught Dawn, but even if it didn't, there are still so many plays here, and it didn't. Yeah, he's got that chance to use the lockdown, and well, Automatic is going to strike first blood run nonetheless.
So watch out. Oh, it's going to be Bjor trying to fight out the situation in Courtyard, but Automatic is ready for it. Off the crossfire with Dawn. And now Dawn is safe. Dawn can use up that lockdown. Will, wait. Where's Will going? Will's gonna be right behind. There goes 1, 2. Oh, Automatic almost let a 3K happen. But Trill now, the last one remaining in a 1v4. Sully, literally in our eyes, we saw this round slip out of the hands of T1. And thankfully, the communication came in that Will was there. Still a 6th round. Otherwise, though, you know, outside of that crazy last play, that fast take from BBG just looked way too scattered.
Yeah, I think they're trying to play the chaos to their advantage with all the util kind of flying into sight, but T1, they've been able to manage it almost perfectly. Yeah, Will has an opportunity to slip through. I think Skadoodle setting that guiding light definitely ruined his opportunity to find a really nice 3K, but T1, on the other hand, 6-2 lead. They've been playing super well on this defensive side, and things slow down here for BBG or continue to fall apart, then we're staring at possibly a dominant first half on their map pick and their chance to send us to a 3rd and keep the VCT dream alive. Automatic switching things up a little bit to throw them a wrench. Doesn't find much as he's punished by Trill.
Dude, Trill has been so good thus far this entire game with just the Sheriff. I swear, I think he has like maybe 7, 8 kills thus far with just the Sheriff. Of course, Trill, off of that one pick off the Sheriff, he's actually picked up a rifle, that being the op. And he's actually trying to fight back in B main as one of his teammates have gone down. Watch out for this little crossfire. There's 2 players around the corner with a bit of util in front of them, but BBG thinking a little bit about a B take. And because of this little bit of commitment, look at the rest of T1.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of time for BBG if they want to cancel to make the rotation, but they are simply not going to. Will instantly punished as he dashes in, and Curry standing on the stairwell, holding it down. When players come to rotate in, Curry knows exactly where he is thanks to the recon vault, and well, Rarkar, the Sheriff, is not going to be able to replicate Trill's first kill, and 1 casualty for T1 for a 7th round. They'll take that. 7-2 as BBG off of the eco will now have the full buy here in round number 10.
And again, yet another efficient one from T1. I know we've seen our fair share of thrifties, but it does feel good, at least to see a clean anti-eco. The rest of the half should be safe for T1. They have enough money to buy out for the last 3 rounds, so it's do or die for BBG at this point. This deficit could very easily, Sully, and I mean like easily turn into a 10-2.
And it does feel like that we're heading down that path, because keep in mind Don, who has literally been sitting on that lockdown since like the start of this map, and he's yet to use it. So you have all of these kind of like tricks up your sleeve if you're T1 to bail you out, right? Don hasn't necessarily been in the majority of fights. That's because it feels like BBG have been specifically avoiding the KJ, and wherever they go, they seem to be walking into a stack. On that B site in that last round, granted they only had pistols, they walk in, mowed down by Braxton Curry, and you walk into the A site knowing that Dawn is rotated, mowed down by Skadoodle and Automatic. It's so difficult for BBG to just play around this util that Dawn has been sitting on for so long. And you have an agent that I said was specifically designed to counter an agent like that, to counter a comp like this, but you're just not finding that success. This round, though, full buyback for BBG. The null CMD online for Rarkar, Seekers, Hunter's Fury, ults galore for BBG to try and pull off a round.
It is everything that BBG could possibly ask for. It's their first round in a little bit with full rifles and potentially full util. They still have that ulti back, that Hunter's Fury. Super important for at least the rest of this round. But out goes actually a knife over towards that mid side.
Oh my goodness.
And whoa, Poach early on off the Hunter's Fury. Actually taking down Brax. And now the B site is completely wide open. Again, it is T1 more or less playing around the perimeter of B and going for a retake. But this is BBG's best chance for a round.
Oh, but you gotta remember, Curry's on this flank, and there's still one thing that is waiting, the lockdown. And where is he? Dawn is coming in as well. Curry ready for this swing if they can find this kill, which they've got the flash. It's perfect, and T1 have suddenly created an advantage.
Dude, are you kidding me? That flash came
Oh
from...
my gosh!
That flash came from Market, and they still hit B main, and now Automatic continuing to plug away at his opponents. The lockdown goes in, and Rarkar now, the last one remaining in a 1v4. Stuck around the corner, still thinking about going back. The defuse going in, and Automatic gets the last kill. T1... cold as ice, they take their time and they get an 8.
Oh, that's an unbelievable retake. And I said when right in the attack pause, if T1 feel the need, they've got so many tricks up their sleeve, and Dawn was one of them. Lockdown comes in, but this flash, that's literally, that is, okay, I don't want to jump the gun, but that's karma right there. Literally instant karma. Wow, T1, a near perfect retake. And I honestly don't know if there are any words to describe it. BBG, they did everything right. They took the site, they drew attention away. Hunter's Fury got so many tags, but at the very end, they couldn't hold it down. And now they're staring down a possible, like you said, 10-2 scoreline, but they at least have the bye here to try and stave it off.
Take flight.
Oh boy, BBG. Not exactly the best of times. Indeed, it is the worst of times. Watch out for Poach, though. Trying to get a bit of information up towards Cat. Actually, quite surprised that the alarm bot doesn't go off with like an owl drone or something. But you know, Still going through two pieces of util over towards Cat. 2 players over towards Cat. It's a fast rotation for T1. Out goes automatic over towards top. And he's still able to take down Rarkar, but it's only 1 for T1 as now BBG have control of A.
Will as well, right underneath. But look at the HP, especially for Bior and Trill. There's no regrowth in Brax. I was wondering when we'd see an Odin finally coming into play. Brax has been able to manage one. Will looking for the trade back, but a 3v4 and T1 lining themselves up as Will yet to be punished here.
Will gets punished. And now it's a 2-on-3. Automatic trying to drop in. Still that spray down for Poach. And Braxton Curry combining for the last 2. I did like the timing from Curry over in Cat immediately off that drop. It's like automatic was the human decoy essentially in that whole thing. And I think it worked out perfectly, even if automatic misses out there. Curry, it's the 2nd time already in this game that we've seen Curry utilize his teammates as a human decoy, which... Although we're seeing Curry grow up, I think he should mature a little bit and stop using his teammates as decoys.
Yeah, it literally like you see how he goes flying up, and then Curry slings some Garden, and Brax is there with the Odin. It's a perfect, again, another great retake from T1, and it's
I can't call it perfect. There's still players that are down, but very good, very good.
It all works. It all works in there. Yeah, and automatic again. You know, he was a decoy in the last one. Well, he's the fragging machine here. Curry up close. It's not a bait this time. He's just gonna swing through the smoke. And well, Odin right in the back lines as Trill tries to commit the TP. It's a 4v2 Gus, and well, with the players on such low HP, you imagine at this point we're looking at that posturous 10-2.
Yeah, low HP for these last 2. Rarkar still able to get another kill onto automatic. Poe still trying to fight back. That shock dart well placed. He only has a Spectre to work with, and Skadoodle has the angle. It's a 10-2 half for T1, who... Again, we were seeing some better rounds from BBG in terms of the takes, but T1, they just have their heads screwed on straight today, Sully. They are taking these post plants with total ease.
Yeah, I said that if they bring the heat that they had on Icebox, Ascent should be a breeze, or at least a little bit more confident from them. Well, this was, I'll be completely honest, a little unexpected coming out from T1, but BBG, you know, at least now they're on the offensive side. Maybe this is where the comeback starts with the way T1 have been playing. It's not even just the fact that they have good strats, it's the fact that everyone is hitting shots, especially automatic. Everyone is just playing extremely confident at the moment.
And Sully, when was the last time that Ascent was played by T1? Like, they've only played it once this month. They've only played it once in like the last 3 months. Like, T1, they've been keeping Ascent secret from us for a good while, and Ascent might not last for too long. Folks, the second half between T1 and BBG going down right after this break. And welcome on back. It is the second half between Built by Gamers and T1 kicking off here on Ascent. And Ascent has been T1's domain thus far. The score is 10-2. And this broadcast is accompanied by, of course, myself, Upmine, joined here by Sully. Sully, kind of run me through at least how T1 is doing right now for anyone that has just tuned in.
Yeah, so when I want to compare things is like the first map was like the score does not represent how BBG have been playing. Here, the score represents how well T1 have been playing. BBG have not been making like the most absurd amount of fault. It's T1 have been able to lock it down, most notably post plants and retakes, and that's where we see the core of T1 kind of finding that success, and more in particular, how well they've just been playing individually. So hitting shots, able to win those post plants, and just kind of having this crazy synergy at the moment. And T1 continuing forward in the second half. If you win this piss so well, as cliche as ever, Gus, it feels like it's almost over for BBG.
Early paranoia from Trill over towards Cat and BBG. And a round that they desperately need. They end up giving up the first pick. Again, it is a trade back from Trill. Watch out over towards mid. There's two players stuck. Yeah, it has to be Will that has the dash away, but he has no dash. He already utilized it. Rockar trying to help out. It is an absolute mess in mid, but Trill's cleaning it up. He ends up getting two. Still tapping away. The Red Bull clutch given to Trill off of a 1v3.
It comes out of literally nowhere. Trill, an absurd scene down in the bottom of mid.
Where did he come from?
Red Bull clutch, and I was just saying, if T1 win this fifth round, this man must have heard me. Trill pulling up a massive 1 versus 3 to give them the pistol. And I said, if T1 could win this round, it feels it's almost over. Well, now it's just starting for BBG.
We were just talking about Trill over in Cat. I was just talking about how he just threw out a paranoia and he just got a trade. This guy hustling back over towards spawn, and it is perfect timing. And just like that, it is a round back for BBG. And now T1, for the first time in a very long time, Sully, is on that back foot. But let's not put too much weight on it. It is still a massive lead back over towards T1. But this is how the road to redemption starts.
100%. And well, this is another start to show yourself. Rarkar here with the flash. Great flash comes in, and well, Will is sure to capitalize now. Rarkar coming for the swing. It's a nice cleanup here for BBG. 4-10. They make it flawless, keeping everyone here alive. And T1, well, that was again the obligatory round. They did end up, I think, reverse sweeping in the first half with just pistols, maybe a couple of upgraded pistols. But this one went in with full classics. Now they're coming into round number 3 of the second half with all rifles.
Yeah, it looks like on the attacking side, at least, it's a little bit more difficult to win a second round conversion. Right? I mean, I'll give it to them. I'll give it to them. The defensive side is potentially a little bit easier to win it off with pistols, especially if you stack. So they didn't exactly have that luxury. We move on. It is rifles, of course, back in the hands of T1, and it's their first default already.
Ooh, full bonus here for BBG is that last round, like you said earlier, flawless, and well, flashes exchange, info for info. 0-point knife comes out, gets even a little bit extra info to the location of these players, but it being the Astra doesn't concern too much because she can play anywhere. And Curry on this mid lurk once more. He did it on Icebox as Reyna. He's doing it here again as Astra in that Owl drone. They have a decent bit of information. Rarkar alongside Trill, the two flash characters on this A site, with a third and Bior joining. So many flashes available for this retake, but it doesn't look like T1 are committed. Not at all.
No, not likely. Because again, they still have two players posted over towards mid. You see Curry going into that astral form and immediately starting off with a smoke over in mid. Trying to help out with a cat take, potentially.
35 seconds left, and well, T1 might just be walking into one of the most horrendous stacks I've seen.
Great info though early.
Oh,
we saw that knife over towards A main. They got that info, but T1 is still going, Sully.
Oh, the KO. Fragment goes out, and I was going to say these flashes could be deadly, but here it is. Bior, he hasn't revealed his position, and he's got 2 sky flashes now.
He has 2 flashes. No, automatic got him! The flashes are gone! The util is practically gone too! Poach has nothing. Will has everything to use. Again, but that's a duelist. That's individual. So with a couple of flashes, though, back on that KO. Watch out for Dawn. Dawn is on the fire flank. 3 people all in heaven. And out goes Rarkar. Dawn still actually gets that kill and gets a second. Oh, I was about to say, BBG, they have such a big hope in Rarkar off that retake, but instead it is going to be T1 with an 11th.
Yeah, for how that was set up for BBG to have three of your main flash, or all three of your flash players, right? Double flash from Dior, Paranoia from Trill, and double flash drive from Rarkar. You would have expected that they could have easily slowed down the push or maybe at least set up for the retake, but T1 some way, somehow, again, managing the chaos, finding a way through, putting BBG in their place. Again, just a full bonus for the lads over on Built by Gamers, but still, T1, every round matters here if you are BBG, and you cannot let T1 get an 11th here. You cannot let them get a 12th, because that could spell the end of this VCT run. And while Poach breaks the recon bolt, him and Will looking for aggression. Brax looking for that spot, doesn't get much, and well, in time, Will take this space and look to punish for 1.
Oh, it's so much space.
Oh, it's 2.
Will, it's 2. There goes the L drone. Curry's dead. Curry's dead. No, he's not. Oh, Will actually aims down on Brax first, but there you go. Curry is down and out. Same thing with Brax. The information is taken. The take on B is forced out early. Out goes Bior. Early guiding light. Poach is still coming in at a good time. There's no smoke over towards that back line. Poach can go for a peek right here, right now, and there's only 2 people there. Automatic might have market control, but that is finally Poach coming out with a kill. Out goes Automatic on a suicide mission. He goes out of the smoke, and he only ends up getting 1. The Owl drone gets the ping onto Skadoodle, and BBG, they land on their feet with a 5th round.
Huge come up from Will to find that flank and ensure that he's able to find those 2 picks, and T1 instantly reacted to the B execution where it felt like that Bior was perfectly ready with flashes of his own to delay, buy a little bit of extra time for his teammates to rotate. T1 had no footing in that round after the first 2 kills from Will, and while BBG I found a little bit back, but still that gap is still so insurmountable, at least for the time being, and while BBG will slowly close the gap, this will force at least T1 not onto a full eco, given the fact that they had a flawless in that 3rd round buy-up. So Rifle's still apparent here, but BBG with an opportunity to reset and find themselves possibly 2 rounds to follow after this.
It's going to be the following rounds that BBG, they desperately need to capitalize. If they get this one, of course,
I've got
going to have an eco back for T1. So in we go. T1. One last opportunity potentially with their current economy to close out this game, and they're going to take it in stride potentially, Sully. This B side is wide open.
Curry, oh my goodness, he's doing it again. He's on another lurk, and all 5 are towards mid. He's got the info, Gus. Everyone here on T1 should be ready, and Curry just needs to choose the right moment to strike.
No, Trill look behind, but he's not able to see anything. Out goes that flank. Out goes Automatic. Still trying to focus up from short. He's not able to get any hits. Out goes Curry off the flank. Curry can't get anything done. He only gets 1. Trill still back with a frag. Now gotta watch out for Dawn. On the other side of stairs, nobody from BBG is approaching it. The timing is perfect for Dawn. BBG, are they even trying to go for this? Are they going for exits now, trying to break the economy at T1? What are they even going for? It's late already. Poach gets the 2 kills. Trill goes out late. It is 12 rounds for T1, and it might just hold BBG in their tracks.
A fully opened up B bomb side, and Automatic is quick to take that space. Built by Gamers. Oh man, they did a flank on Curry, and Curry, you know, he's the flank master. He comes right back through the mid lurk and is able to take down 1, get the info where all 5 are, and T1 perfectly set up. But look at the economy for both sides. Both buys are severely weakened, more notably for Built by Gamers, as this could be their last round in VCT unless they can put a stop to it here, and I wouldn't bet money that they couldn't. Built by Gamers, they've got an Ona here. They pushed already through B main off of Will's ultimate, and they've got info. They've got a whole lot of it.
Oh, Will, he needs a bit more than just info. He needs a frag here. Curry's playing that contact, and that's all that Curry's doing. Playing contact a little bit over towards B main, but nobody has approached. He's still trying to help out his team over on the other side of the map with a little bit of util, but again, Curry's position is going to be not so useful for a good minute. Look at this lockdown, though. Wait, could this actually be a fake? They're actually thinking about it. Poach with this angle finds one over towards mid. You still have Curry up very, very close over in arches and could make this white swing possible. Goes a big flash, flashing out Poach. There's 3 players now in mid for BBG. They're looking to hold it down. Will now dash over towards Cat all the way from mid. What is going on? It is absolute chaos. Poach and Trill still getting kills. Rarkar from behind with 2. Rarkar. to Unreal kills off the wide swing in mid, and it is a breakdown of communication and positionings for T1 as BBG explodes in mid and takes the 6th.
What is even going on in these rounds? There's just so much util. This dude Poach is just running and gunning. He's just like, I gotta know, I'm gonna just keep on gunning. Rarkar with a huge 2-piece on the Sheriff. This is a crazy game right now for the util, and how chaotic it's been. BBG somehow, someway, putting an end to T1's buys, and now they've got them back on an eco round. This is absurd from Built by Gamers, and well, they've staved it off. They're still in this game, 6 rounds to go, and it is 100% doable now.
Cover going out.
It really is. At least for this next round, it is more than doable. Again, it's a long, long road for BBG to even think about going into overtime, for them to even think about going into a map 3. Let's see how they started off, though. It's just a decent test where there is 3 players crossfired over on the A sites for this BBG squad. Now in goes the actual take. Will and Trill holding it back. Trill still in that back line, getting overwhelmed by Skadoodle, who would have to go on a little bit of a mission to actually get that spike back. Decent flash, but not able to find anything. And at this point, it is just a stagnant 2v4.
And Built by Gamers are not willing to risk anything here. They know where the spike is. They've got the lineup. KO Knife goes in, disabling the Trailblazer, and there's a free pick, and there's a third for Will. Lovely stuff from Built by Gamers against the anti-eco, and T1. Those 6 opportunities, those 7 opportunities that they had just 2 rounds ago is now dwindled down to only 5. And Built by Gamers, they're putting on a show. Can they keep it going, as T1 will have the buyback here now, and Built by Gamers might need to rely a little bit more on these 3 ultimates they have. A 4th possibly coming from Poach, as T1 lining some up themselves. Cosmic Divide, Hunter's Fury, Seekers ready and raring to go, nearly on that 3rd one at least for Skadoodle. But T1, 4 rifles back, no ops yet presence on the map, and Odin still ringing out towards the main. And once more we see Will willing to abuse that space.
Oh,
I was gonna say,
it's a little bit rough though, because I do have a feeling that BBG sticking around to this B side for too long is going to lead them to a bit of a drought. Look at this takeover towards Cat, Curry, and Trill combining at least, or colliding. For a frag back, Rarkar holding it back, could potentially get a 3rd, but there goes the kill back from Skadoodle. Not even a kill yet. They would have to pick him up. Dawn now the last one in a 1v3. I'm going to call it a 1v3 because Rarkar is about to get picked up in the back of sight. This is such a tall task for Dawn. Spike is down right in the middle of Cat.
in front of the gate, Dawn with little to no util. He's got at least one now. They know 100%, and he now has been suppressed. The 0-point knife. Dawn, can he line up anything? Fragment goes in. He is pushed into a corner, literally and figuratively. As 3 players all watching, and there goes the spam. 12-8, Built by Gamers. 4 rounds to go, and T1 back on another eco, or at least a very, very weakened buy.
No, this is finally what is the meat and potatoes of most comebacks. It is that lull point where we get into the reset format. 1 reset 1 round, eco 1 round, reset another round. But this is finally consistency from BBG, Sully. And they're not even doing anything really special on this defensive side. It is a lot of patience and mostly pretty optimal timing against T1. I am liking that mid play, actually.
Yeah, a lot.
Because I'm thinking about more about like the space lost for T1 and how BBG is starting to make that up. Immediately when T1 starts to make their takes over towards A, you could start seeing BBG getting like proactive on the space that they missed out, either whether that's like A main or Cat.
Yeah, I'd like to say it's more this combination of both Poach and Will just pushing B main, making it so difficult to get that control. And after getting that info, Will, right, he's like, okay, no one towards B main, let's check mid. Bior sees nothing. All right, the focus is back towards A, and those have been the reads so far from Built by Gamers, and T1 are struggling against a play like that, and eventually you're gonna have to find a counter to it, and BBG are switching things up here. The tack pause called and ended for T1 as we head into it. 4 chances left for T1 to close out in 2-0 fashion, and 4 more rounds that BBG need to at least send us to overtime. And well, here's our chance to narrow it to 3, as again, weakened by here by T1. That doesn't mean it's undoable. However, BBG with the odds heavily in their favor.
Oh
my
Bjorn.
gosh.
Wow, the timing on the guiding light
my
is too
gosh.
good, isn't it? And he keeps going. In the middle of mid, Bjorn holds it down and he's able to get 3. Curry now coming back with a stinger long range alongside the Frenzy, still getting kills. Will with a couple of bullets through the ground, finally going to be able to catch up with that frag. Curry finally dead. And yes, BBG finally able to land on their feet. Good attempt in mid, I guess.
Yeah.
That guiding light going out early though, stopping that dash, that's just stinks, honestly.
That was great for Bjorn. And then combo that with Rarkar's pop flash. It's nice. Gets him in the smoke and they lock things down here. So T1, yes, they'll have the buy back, but like I said earlier, BBG a chance to dwindle it down to 3 round difference. They've gotten that. And T1, you kind of explained it the best way possible. It's like the cycle. You win around, you lose it, you get reset, and that's what's been happening for T1. And it's a continuous cycle. Wow, a fast, aggressive play, flash, and a combo from the Hunter Siri alongside Will, but a change of pace might not be the way they were hoping, as instantly T1 have struck for 2.
BBG, they have been consistently banging out B mid, but this one's a little bit different, isn't it, Sully? They went a little bit too far with Will trying to dash out in mid. Let's see what happens, though. Trill has still made up a bit of space over towards B main. He has to depend on a crossfire with Rarkar. Rarkar no longer has a contact in mid. Out comes the take. Trill around the corner. Only going to be able to get 1. Rarkar has not wide peek. He's going to keep here in short. He's going to back out on site. His teammate is slowly approaching. Very, very slowly rotating. Now it's a denial of info. It's a denial of utility. But even with the flash drive, it's going to be Poach in a 1v4. He starts it off right, taking out Curry over in B main. Now there's no longer people for T1 out either in courtyard or back in main. It is simply going to be Poach with his own devices, 2 shock darts, a phantom, and a hope. Gonna take a bit of time though, Sully, because you gotta watch out for the crossfire between Automatic and Brax. They're still holding down to it, and they don't even have a lot of util. They're just dry peeking and dry contacting, and indeed, that's all that they're gonna do. They're gonna sit and wait for BBG to walk into their crosshairs, and they're gonna slide their way into next weekend. T1, welcome to the closed qualifier.
They get it done, Gus. They do indeed, but it was not easy. You could feel the comeback starting to brew, and that one change of pace to try and get super aggressive down towards Lynx. I mean, it's a valiant effort, but the thing is, it's only one player, right? Lynx is such a difficult task to hold, and to have Will do it all alone. Yes, 2 players push through B main, but once you find that kill, your head swivels back to B main, and T1 are able to find those 2 instant picks. But that's not to say BBG, they didn't put up a fight. I kind of was like, I feel like this has to be over at the 10-2 scoreline, but man, BBG, they were not done at all. They brought things back, they made it competitive, and clearly have shown that changes that they've made have worked out so far. Maybe not the way they were hoping, but there's progress, and there's still more room to grow.
Yeah, no, I would just like to think that, you know, it was finally in that second half that BBG was able to really stretch their feet and finally get comfortable. The rest of this game was super, super intense for them. T1 on the front foot over towards that first half, and I did like the idea that you could still have the one-off plays. You know, putting one person over towards Lynx, that's not something they did at all throughout the second half. They do that, and they end up putting up the score to like 12-11. So again, BBG, they tried to pull out all the stops, but it simply was not enough. Again, T1 making it into next weekend.
Yeah, huge props to T1 as well. We kind of, I think from the get-go, we were saying that this is kind of like the revitalized T1. They always make it through in the second open qualifier. Well, they've done it here, and so T1, with all the changes that have been made, don't get me wrong, they haven't really faced like the best of the best in North America, but they are showing that these changes alongside BBG, changes have been made and they are working. So T1 going to the next closed qualifier up against some of the best that we have to offer, obviously, but can they perform there as well? They did it here. They looked very, very good in the 2 best of 3s that were on stream, that being against Renegades the other night and here on stream against BBG. They looked good, but can they maintain their form? That's the bigger question.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to see, you know, what T1 actually got for, you know, tier 1 teams, because that's kind of the point, isn't it? T1, they haven't played like the upper echelon. Even BBG, they haven't. BBG, they hadn't been kind of in that spotlight for about like 3 months now. So playing still in those tier 2 tournaments, they're grinding their teeth, Sully, and it's all you really like to see. BBG, commiserations, of course, they are eliminated from that Berlin contention, but again, they're probably going to go back. They're going to go back to the lab. They're going to grind, and I can't see what they have for us next. Folks, before we end up going into our interview, let's talk about a quick moment of instant karma brought to you by Credit Karma. Sully, there was a massive play back on Icebox, and it was not, excuse me, not on Icebox. It was actually later on in Ascent, and it was very confusing at first, but let's run it through now. Why is this instant karma?
Okay, let's be real here. When you want instant karma, you want power off the util, and if you can see it here, a bird, a guiding light from Market to get this kill. And this is only the first moment of instant karma. There is more to follow. This triggers this lockdown. What does this lockdown do? It forces players into defender spawn, right into the open arms automatic. So 2 instant karma moments, if you will, but it all starts with a great guiding light coming out from the side of T1 just to kick off this retake. And I think not only this is an instant karma moment, it's just kind of a testament to how well T1 were playing.
Yeah, no, T1 had cutthroat post-plant retakes almost every single time we saw them even approaching of a retake. It was kind of weird to see out of literally all the teams this weekend, which team was kind of like the most impressive to me in terms of kind of just set retakes. It was T1, man. They really are in the lab. They really are grinding. And it's because of those moments that the feeling of instant karma feels just right. Folks, of course, we do have to talk about our next match very soon, but before we do so, Sully, any final thoughts about this last best of 3?
Got nothing to say, really, besides like huge commiserations to Built by Gamers and T1. They looked very, very good, but I want to jump back again to that point of this is only the beginning. You still have a long way to go to even contend for Berlin, and you're up against some of the best that North America has to offer, and that's coming up just this next week.
Yeah. And actually, before we even go into the break and before we actually go into the interview very soon that is being set up, do you actually want to talk about our next matchup just as a little bit of a teaser? It is Cloud9 coming back into form, Sully, and making it into this last round. Do you have kind of any preview on what's about to go down?
And all I can say for y'all is that Gus and I, we are so excited to watch this game go down. We were talking like Cloud9 Blue, the former 3rd best team in North America, when they had that run in the Challengers playoffs, only a few rounds short of being the Iceland representatives. Well, they're back, and they are back for blood. After losing 2 in a row as the opening qualifier, I imagine they've been cooking, and well, changes have been made, role swaps have been had, and they are looking really sharp.
Cloud9 not only cooking up, of course, it is going to be Luminosity on the other side of the server. Sully, Luminosity isn't exactly a name that we have been plugging into the top NA conversation. In fact, it has been mostly tier 2 level results thus far. What has happened to Luminosity, who had a essentially had the Cloud9 momentum now going into the entire VCT? What happened to them, and how do they plan on coming back?
I cannot tell you what exactly happened, because it was just a tremendous fall off after like the Nerd Street winter game or winter champs, where they had a really good performance against Sentinels. They started to fall off just a little bit, but hey, LG, this is their time to bring it back. They need to bring that heat, and well, we're bringing in the heat because we got Curry waiting on the line. Indeed we do. Curry, welcome on in. It is our Verizon post-match interview, and first of all, I just want to straight up say congratulations. Welcome on to the Close Qualifier.
Thank you.
Now let's talk about the trajectory throughout the last few months, dude, because I mean, I'm excited to even see you guys back at a Close Qualifier. Tell me what the last few months has been like with roster changes and really just trying to get your team back on track.
Well, obviously the off-season, or the season between VCT 2 and 3 started off a little bit rough because we had to make a roster move. We removed Dazed, and we had to find a new IGL. At first, we didn't really know exactly what we were going to do with the IGL role, but it ended up being deferred to me, and so it was my first time IGLing for like any actual team, honestly. After that, we started practicing with Brax, obviously. That was our new 5th. With Spider and Brax, we were practicing for like a week. And then after that first week of practice, Spider actually had an injury where he could not play anymore. So
Oh.
then we had to figure out what we're gonna do and who's gonna play for him. And obviously the best choice would be to get in one of our academy players. And we got Don. Don is he's been outstanding, by the way. Like, I don't think
Yeah.
anyone understands like the level he's stepping up to it's really fast. He's learning really fast, and he's stepping into his roles in a very big way. So after Spider got injured, we just practiced with Don and Brax, and it's how we are. It's how we are here.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams, it feels like, have been saying that you guys have been cooking. You guys got the recipe, and you showed on Icebox. And going into Ascent, I think Upmine and I were kind of like on the fence about like, you guys only played this once. You haven't really been tested just yet. So going into that second map of Ascent, knowing that you were possibly going against like 3 initiators with a KO, and I was saying on the desk that like going against a KO, it feels like it's a perfect counter to kind of the util dump setup that you guys have. What were the worries, and obviously what were the feelings after, you know, kind of dominating 10-2 at the half?
I mean, obviously it felt really great. Like, the problem is that we've been there before. We've been up 10-2 on a second map before. I think we played Sentinels, and we didn't win that match. So we're getting a little flashbacks, but nah, we ended up closing out this map, and it felt really good to beat these guys. Honestly, these guys are a very competitive team. They're up and coming, of course. They're always they can upset anyone. I mean, they beat Sentinels, right? They have the upset potential, and it's always scary to play teams like these.
Tell me about the development of a potentially not Icebox, Ascent, because you guys haven't played it in a good bit, actually. I think you guys only played it like once in the last 3 months. Have you guys just kept the pick in your pocket this entire time?
No, actually, it's the last map we worked on. Like, we worked on the other 4 maps, and dude, me and Automatic, we haven't even played Ascent at a competitive level for very long, because ever since we joined, we've been banning Ascent. And with the new maps being added, of course, we have to choose between like the new map or Ascent, and we went with Ascent. So we didn't have much prep going to Ascent for the first qualifier, but this qualifier we figured out how we want to play, and it showed.
Yeah, it definitely worked out. Well, Curry, before we let you go, do you have anyone that you want to shout out? Anything you want to say before, obviously, you go and enjoy the little time out you have before the next close qualifier?
Yeah, I just want to shout out the coaching staff we have, Cody and David. They've been working with us very tight, like very closely, and it's been amazing, because me stepping up as an IGL takes a lot of I need to learn a lot of stuff, and they've been helping me a lot with reviewing round mistakes and stuff like that, and figuring out how to call properly. So shout out to them.
There you go. The development of NA's newest IGL, potentially. Nah, Curry, yo, congratulations, dude. I mean, we mentioned your run from collegiate to now. Congratulations on yet another successful tournament, and we'll see you next weekend, dude.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys for having me.
And next weekend awaits one more contestant, one more competitor. It is Cloud9 facing off against Luminosity. But before we end up going into the break, folks, we wanted to remind you about something very, very important. Go get vaccinated. It is, of course, Riot Games and Valorant teaming up with the White House to keep spreading awareness about COVID-19 vaccinations. If you are in the United States, the vaccine is free and available to absolutely everyone. Getting vaccinated is the quickest way for us to all get back to normal. So if you're able to, please consider getting vaccinated and help bring us one step closer to seeing you all in person once again. Luminosity, Cloud9. After the break, it's our final best of 3 of our final open qualifier here in NA. You don't want to miss it.
Your purchase could be free when you use your Credit Karma Visa debit card. Free groceries, free gas, or even a free TV. It's called Instant Karma, and you can only win it from Credit Karma Money. Open your account for free in the Credit Karma app. Credit Karma Money. Progress starts here.
Mango invited some of the CS:GO guys to see if they wanted to go to the casino with them. And I don't think anybody else went, but I decided to go. And I've never been to a casino before, and I definitely like Mango's an expert, so I knew I could trust him. I went to the ATM. I tried to pull out like $100, I think, but I pulled out like 300 euros accidentally. And then we proceeded to play blackjack, and yeah, I lost like everything within 20 minutes.
Well, it's Marshall and it's tense.
Born, this is where Reynas are bred. 1-4, yep, now the duelist is starting to come through. Not quite there to help out. Now the swing starting to come through. Whippy just trying to provide some additional ankle.
And welcome on back. It is our second and final best of 3 of not only the day, but also of this entire tournament. Welcome on back. My name is Upmine, joined here by Sully. And before getting into that final matchup, let's talk about the last one. It is T1 moving on to next weekend.
Yeah, T1 versus Built by Gamers was a game that we expected both teams to kind of come out firing. Both teams are on a revitalized path, and well, T1 showed that they were the better team. Coming back, it's been a very slow progression from T1, and it's really good to see that they've kind of found this form under new IGL leadership of Curry, and we're super happy to see them the next week in those qualifiers.
And Curry explained everything, right? He legitimately gave us the full timeline on what's going on. And now we are fully caught up with the T1 lore. Now let's catch up on what the hell is going on with Cloud9 and Luminosity, as they are our final best of 3 of the day. And Sully, I mean, there is a lot to talk about for Cloud9, but as an overarching theme for both of these two teams, it is redemption.
Yeah, I feel like it's more so for LG than Cloud9. But that's not to say Cloud9 don't have a path of redemption, right? Failing to miss out on the closed qualifier in the first open qualifier, losing to a insanely good-looking Rise 2-0. Don't get me wrong, Cloud9 didn't play poorly. It's just Rise played absolutely insane. So Cloud9, they made changes before and after the first open qualifier. Now they've made the final change, bringing back in Poise. They are looking again to redeem themselves and find a spot in the closed qualifier.
Now, what on earth is going on with our lineups here, Sully? Because if we're being completely honest, it's a new landscape for both Luminosity and Cloud9 throughout this last month. Run me through it.
Yeah, I feel like we look at the LG side, and it's a group of 3 that we've seen for quite some time, right? A Proto, Dazzle, and Dre. They've been together for a minute. They've been playing around each other. And well, on the whole side of LG, you look at the star duelists like Dre and kind of the reinforcement of Tig on the controller. They've been playing extremely well. Dre alone dropped 42 and 28 against Resonate. Tig on the other side, he's one of the new additions, but he still performed extremely well. And keep in mind, he is playing a Viper Omen Flex. He is playing so well despite playing a controller role. Then we go to the Cloud9 Blue side. They are just as good. Leaf statistically, Poise has looked amazing alongside Leaf. Both have been popping off lately. And let's not talk about one of the bigger factors, Mitch. In their game against Complexity, dropped 44 kills and only 23 deaths. If he can have that performance, well, as we go into the map pools, you'll have to wait and see if he can keep up and bring that level against LG.
Sully, the first map is going to be Ascent, if I'm not mistaken. And in terms of Ascent, I don't want to see too much about either one of these teams because we don't have too much to work off of. But for Luminosity, Ascent is pretty comfortable.
Yeah, for Luminosity, it's a map that they haven't necessarily been completely tested on, but they are still always have been a very comparable team when it comes to the map like Ascent. Now on the other side, Cloud9 just recently 13-3'd a very strong Complexity, and they are incorporating the new agent KO on Zeppa. So a lot of changes coming out from the side of Cloud9, kind of a testament to the changes they've made before and after Challengers 1. They're coming heated. They're ready to bring the fire, and we'll have to see as we move into the second map of Icebox.
And there you go. Icebox to me is our main event, folks. If you want to see an absolute showcase between Cloud9 Blue and Luminosity, you are looking at Icebox. These two teams are 7-0 in the last month just on this map alone. This is what they're confident on. This is what they end up just making the most of their bread and butter on. It is going to be a fantastic map, but again, Sully, we have to move on as we finally have our matchup. Yes, of course, folks, by the way, that third map coming up, if I'm not mistaken, is Haven. But Luminosity versus Cloud9 Blue, and we're starting off on Ascent.
Yeah, again, looking at these compositions, like I said, Cloud9 incorporating that KO, which we saw could be at times very, very useful. Now, similar to the game we just saw with T1 versus Built by Gamers, Cloud9 having that KO in direct contrast to maybe something like a KJ can work very, very well. Now, it also going to work in tandem in the sense that, well, Cloud9, they're going to try and avoid that KJ, and if they don't have the ability to suppress that agent, then they're not going to head towards that site. So Cloud9, that's kind of the key focal point for me. Leaf on the Sage as well as another big one. He has been popping off on Sage. He's been looking really, really strong on almost any agent you give him. And now that he's kind of settled down, it feels like, onto the Sage agent, he's looking really, really strong. Poise as well on that Jet. We know what he can do. Now, one kind of, I'd say, battle we didn't necessarily get to highlight and we're not going to see just yet in this matchup is the Jet duel between Ban and Poise. How interesting that's going to be to see if Ban can kind of live up to the hype that is Poise, if he can contest him, because Ban, at least statistically, hasn't been performing that well, but that's not to say that he isn't finding impact elsewhere.
Yeah, you know, if we are talking about mostly the agents, you know, impact on this map, I just feel as if Luminosity, they're not at least playing it to the right extent. I see the idea, I like the util dump, but I just think, at least in terms of a defensive comp, I'm heavily preferring Cloud9 at this point. I do like the KJ that does give like a free choke point at some points, but in terms of versatility and potentially a little bit more freedom to move around the map, I am liking Cloud9 a little bit. But of course, folks, we're not actually heading into the game just yet. One player has not picked out his agent just yet, so we're just gonna have to wait. Otherwise, though, Sully, we actually do have a little bit more time to talk about that third map that we ended up forgetting. It was Haven. Any initial thoughts on that?
Oh, well, it doesn't look like we're gonna get too much.
No, never mind.
we'll get back to that during the break that we have after this first map, or if we have to go to that third map. Well, it looks like finally everyone's locked on in. Tig was our only straggler running the Astra as well. So not much again to go over with the compositions. If you want to like dive deeper into it, LG, a lot of it is going to be, I feel like, util focus, especially with Van using that wall to try and get himself in elevated positions and use that operator. Tig with that Astra in direct contrast again with Mitch. Now I want to again continue to draw eyes to the KO and see how a team like Cloud9 incorporates it, because it feels like we haven't necessarily seen the highest level of KO incorporation. That's not to bash on teams that have been using it. It's just that we haven't seen, right? Exactly. We haven't seen like the best and the most optimal way to use his util is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, no, I think that's going to be obvious. I don't think we're going to see optimal KO play until maybe, I want to say, like another month or two from now. So it's going to take a minute. I think actually more than that. If we're being completely honest, especially with no VCT.
I think if anything, a little bit sooner. And the reason I say is because
you think so.
Like I said, I feel like we haven't seen like the best tier 1 teams kind of use KO, and now we're seeing Cloud9 and how they.
Are we gonna see them use it?
I mean, it's locked in, so.
Yeah. Well. C9. You want to call them a top tier 1 team, but of course, wrapping things back to the game, Sully, they need to regain that stature or that status, because I mean, them getting third at Masters was unbelievable. You know who else got third at Masters? Gen G. I don't know. Like, I honestly don't know how their run, you know, in the last challengers ended up going, but it wasn't great. But still, Cloud9, they want to break that curse of third here in NA. They want to make their way through. Luminosity is their bump in the road, and it's the bump of the road they have to get over. Folks, it is, of course, our final best of 3 of the open qualifiers for NA. Cloud9 Blue versus Luminosity, and it's a default early for Cloud9.
Already that 0-point knife getting used towards the A side, not going to get much contact. Instant dash away from Poise as the fight, it rears its head towards mid, and that is, you know, quite the interesting wall, I'm not going to lie. Not too sure what Leaf has in mind with it, but he has used it nonetheless, and now Luminosity, after getting that heavy fight, there's a deep wall in the B main, rerouting this Cloud9 Blue attack back to the A side, where at that front gate, there's a double nanoswarm setup and 1 turret ready for the contact. So LG should have a pretty big cue that this hit is coming. Despite that, there aren't too many players here in rotation.
No, not at all. It's in fact going to be a very long rotation. If anyone from Luminosity wants to make their way over. So in reality, it's just going to be these two off the bat. A Proto is actually getting banged out because of that fragment grenade over in heaven. A Proto has to back on out. In goes your boy Dre with that early peek. Ban trying to help out too. That's a great ping right from behind the smoke. They're still able to get yet another free frag. In comes Tig. He was over in Cat earlier to try to help, but it's Ban with the lineup, with two at the very end. Luminosity, they make the hold look easy.
That is piss around utility, I have to say, at its absolute finest. Recon Bolt goes in. One player is running in. You can see a leap there. He's trying to break it, and the swing comes out. Stars go in. Gravel is utilized to kind of disrupt this kind of play, and well, shock darts to force them back in. I mean, LG do textbook here in the piss around, and it forces Cloud9 Blue into an execution that is awkward, clunky, and at times it felt like a little disorganized. So LG picking up that pistol round. It'll be 5 classics here for Cloud9 Blue to try and battle back and see what they can pull.
Good early win over towards A main. We're just getting these ult orbs. Is what it is. It's more semantics at this point, because we are still going to eventually see Cloud9 group up over towards that B site. I am kind of interested if they will end up getting that second ult orb, but don't think we're going to see a fight at all, really, from a Proto.
Yeah.
So free ult points back early on for Cloud9. First Mitch getting incredibly close to that Cosmic Divide, but in we go, actually. 3 players over towards that mid side, and I don't think there's a contact just yet. Your boy Dre finally gets it, and he's able to get 2 off of it. Proto no longer has util, so you could see that come out from Zeppa, but Zeppa goes down on a heap with a Proto and Dazzle holding down the site. It's a flawless anti-eco Sully, and I think that's the first flawless anti-eco we've gotten today.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like there's always a point in time, especially in the T1 BBG, someone was about to go down to one player left, but your question was answered. Mitch did end up getting the ult orb, so he's got the Cosmic Divide in round number 3, and it's a full buyback for Cloud9 Blue. Now, we know how valuable that ult can be, especially when taking executions to either A or B, to block off any line of sight, to prevent any sprays. So we'll see how Cloud9 Blue plan to incorporate that. For LG, though, 3 players getting ready for this early push. The one way, the Gravel, all prepared, but it's countered back by a Gravel of their own. But even still, they continue to push forward. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and well, no one has really come out the better, as neither team gaining much space.
No, not at all. But we are seeing a tug of war over towards mid. Ban and Poise fighting on the perimeter of this wall. Poise is still going to go for it. Ban at the same time with a wide swing. And look at B. There's actually 2 players already up in short as we speak. And a Proto can't hold it down. He gets quite a bit of HP back from Zeta. But that's really all that they can get, is now Luminosity down to a 2-on-4, making a 1v4. Poise holding up the mid side. The shock dart was good, but Poise is just better. First round back for Cloud9.
You know, you begin to question Poise on the bench. He's just too good. Individually, this guy can pop off at any given moment. And well, that is just a tiny sample of what he could do later down the line. Obviously, it's a little bit more easy given the fact that it's just pistols, or not pistols, apologies, just Spectres, but still, little display of what's to come. And well, Cloud9, they will strike back. The full bonus for LG did not go the way they were hoping, but still, they've got to buy back here, and they can keep their economy going, whereas Cloud9 Blue only losing 1. Minor reinvestment nonetheless, so a big round to come here as we head into round number 4.
Oh, early peek from your boy Dre. Oh, it's an early approach. He wants to go up cat. That owl drone thinking about it. It's hovering. Gonna go right over towards mid. Your boy Dre realizes it. There's a Nebula over in mid, and that is full defensive control of the mid side.
Oh, but look at this. It's a complete fake out, it feels like, because, Dre, well, he's gonna get 2. The hit has gone back to A. Dre has found 2 kills. He expects there to be a third, knowing that the Sova hasn't gone down yet. Well, in the meantime, Spike should be going down here. A Proto not too antsy to take this fight here as the wall goes up. And a 3v5, still doable for Cloud9, but LG are coming in hot at the moment.
Great Cosmic Divide. A Proto has a lot more space to stretch out, but as it dissipates, it's going to be the rest of LG to pounce. Well, there's only 2 players remaining here for Cloud9. Zeta over towards Cat, holding back with a... holding back with a couple of spams. Still out goes Poise now in a 1v4, but he's done for, and your boy Dre has an ace.
Okay, Dr. Dre's coming in already. That was clean from Dre. I was just hyping up Poise, man. Dre pops off at the exact moment that LG, the exact moment they need it. Takes 2 fights down towards Lynx. is able to find a third as well into that Sova that's just lurking around. Your boy Dre, what Poise can do, he can do even better, and well, gives here now easy advantage for LG, as that round would have not only been the full reset, or at least a huge hit to the economy of Cloud9, but it sets them up for the upcoming rounds. Yes, Cloud9 have got a bye here, but it is not what you're looking for, right? 2 stars missing from Mitch's kit. And well, you hope at this point in time, LG, if they can win this round, you full reset Cloud9 blue here, and you pull away with a huge lead on the defensive side.
Yeah. Even then, with a little bit more of an advantage and potentially some more scattered util, we're still looking LG. The guys here over towards the B side being a little bit more fragile, or I'm sorry, not more fragile, but more careful than usual. And even then, it's going to be C9 pushing out the issue. Nobody in mid, Sully. They only had the contact, and it's immediate burst from Cloud9. They end up getting a plethora of frags, but there's only one more remaining. It's your boy Dre now in a 1v4.
Another ace.
Trying to hold back the line. No way, you just... potentially. But he is done. He is out of here. Second round for Cloud9. It's yet another cut and dry one. And we might see another. I think the economy of LG is a little bit worse for Rare.
Yeah, nice strike back. Cloud9 in particular to immediately bounce back after the ace from your boy Dre. Keeping things close, and that was the round where if they lose, they get reset. Poise able to find one on those knives, and then immediately after, or apologies, out on the entrance, he's able to get one on the knives, and his team flooding in right after him. 5 sheriffs, a Shiko round for LG in this one, as no armor bought up for 4 of them. Proto's going to go for light shields. We'll see if there's anything that LG can do. We know if there's one thing that LG are good at, it's being good with sheriffs, and we'll see if anything connects. A nice bait and switch. They might not expect this play. However, LG ban. Okay, he's able to find you. I was going to say, they don't check him.
And now he's safe. He's going to be able to get a rifle and potentially spread that wealth between his teammates. There's another teammate in mid that could pick up one. There you go. 2 rifles back, just a little bit of util, but it's Cloud9 with full control of the B site. Zeta has the cross, but it's a quick nebula. And oh no, this recon bolt. A promiscuous recon bolt as it's gonna go out. Zeppa getting one. And out comes that retake, as now both attackers are out in courtyard. Ban holding him down, making an ace for Ben, maybe. He gets it! A second ace for Luminosity in a 4-2 scoreline, as they end up capitalizing with what was essentially pistols.
Oh my gosh. Again, if there's anything that LG are good with, it's sheriffs, and they've just flipped the script again. A thrifty ace from Ban. You know, I swear that Aldrone checked, but no one's ready for the clear. Ban finds 2. Running into the side, even on low HP, he's able to muster 5. It is spectacular from this guy, and Ban picking up 5 as the revive. And well, LG have got the round most importantly. 4-2, Cloud9 with a decent buy, but still LG, they strike back once more. What is up with eco rounds today, Gus?
The thrifties are hitting us in the face, Sully. Almost every single time that we kind of chill out here on the desk, it's always some sort of thrifty. It's always some sort of eco round, but early on here. And yet another rifle. It's the spike down. I cannot emphasize that enough potentially. The spike is down in B main, and Luminosity has full control of it. It's going to take a while for them to get back to it. And the Hunter's Fury is certainly helping. Dazzle with a pick in mid. The Hunter's Fury going right into spawn, and that actually forces out a dash from Poise. Your boy Dre with the angle, but he's going to end up going down. That is spike back in the hands of Cloud9, but they still have a lot to do. There's one person in the back of sight. Dazzle only has 36 HP. This is actually possible.
Yeah, and he is all alone, but you see those double stars, and instantly Tig is ready to help his teammate. That's buying seconds to allow Dazzle to reposition, to allow rotates to come in, and that's more than you could have asked for from Dazzle. 1 kill, Poison a 1v3, already dinked down to 76. It's not impossible, but it's improbable.
Oh, baby, Poise 1v3. He has no smokes. He has a singular dash, and he has used the dash early on. Out goes Tig. And yes. Oh, baby. Man, I just love saying it because there is forever going to be only one clip of like an oh, baby blank 1v3. Man, feels kind of bad, though, but for Cloud9 Blue, they're going to stay back in the dust. It is, if I'm not mistaken, still going to be a bit of a tough buy for them, but Again, Sully, going back to this take, dude. What even happened in B main?
Okay, it's you know, just LG starting to feel themselves. First from the push of Dre, and then Dazzle to use that Hunter Sphere. He does a great job of locking it down. I think this is probably the perfect time to call a tactical timeout. Cloud9 Blue getting stumped on this first map, and well, it's, you know, not the best news because it is their first. It is their map pick, but I think you said it earlier, and you said it best, is that you kind of favor Cloud9 Blue with a better defensive composition, but it's not to say LG don't have a strong one themselves. A combination of Astra, KJ, and the third Sentinel, if you will, of Ban, is it feels that Astra can be a Sentinel. It's a strong defensive hold, and we're seeing it already. So if things continue and Cloud9 Blue can't make a change here in this first half, we kind of see that same thing that we saw between T1 and Built by Gamers, where the defensive side kind of runs away with a massive lead, or at least pulls something back quickly.
I just don't know if I should be anticipating a thrifty round.
Yeah, right? It's, you look at this round and it's like, Cloud9 Blue could win it. Not because like they're insane with sheriffs like LG.
Kinda could, like,
but it's just because
we see this in like any other cast. People are like, people are rioting.
Yeah, what's going on?
Like, what do you mean?
No,
Biased casters saying that they can win on a pistol. Like, no way. No way. But hey, it's possible. It's possible. Yeah. There's something in the air today, folks.
And it's poised as knives.
And it's posed as knives. Oh my gosh, here he goes, Poise. He's not even gonna go for the updraft. He's gonna go dry right into the middle of Jenny. Poise getting pressured away. One more person getting pinged right in the middle of smoke. Dre has to run away. 3 kills back for the pistols, but our Proto is here to try to clean up. And in the span of just about 10-15 seconds, this round is done and dusted, but damage was done by Cloud9.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be anything major to the economy of LG. Know it, feeling it how well they've been able to keep many players alive. I think if anything, it's just a couple of ult charges to Cloud9 Blue's ult economy. So that's a round where it's like, okay, you're in an eco, you kind of want to get this done and dusted. You're able to get through, get a couple kills here and there, charge up those ultimates, and they've got 4 major ones: Revive, Cosmic Divide, the Null CMD, and especially Zeta on that Hunter Sphere. Now, what's the impact they can get as they're running a default early in this round to start in LG? We see this kind of crazy mid-centric play, and they've done it here again with 3 to 4 players.
Yeah, but I don't think really LG are doing too much to counteract that. I did like the fact that they tried a 3-man contact, and that's really only early round approach, because you do have that KJ thinking about going back over towards B. You still have that util up. Now watch out though, Cloud9 Blue, they're still fighting tooth and nail to try to take back this mid position. You had a Nano Swarm, a Nova Pulse. Actually, no, I don't think that was a Nano Swarm. I think it was actually a fragment grenade back over towards the corner that Ban is standing in. But he is going to be able to survive and back on out. You got to watch out, though. Zeppa playing that audio contact, coming up from behind. Ban and Tig have no clue. There goes the kill into Ban. Zeppa still trying to go through, but Tig is there for the refrag. While this is happening, everyone from Cloud9 except for Leaf right into the middle of B site. Leaf holds back 1. The Cosmic Divide falls, and Leaf continues his fragging dominance as he gets himself second. And now LG with a 1-man disadvantage.
Oh, lockdown goes in though with a spray from your boy Dre. That is perfect to kick things up, and well, Hunter Suri and Q, but so is a Proto. 1 versus 1, he's around the corner, and a Proto with the clutch. 7-2 for LG, despite Cloud9 Blue having everything going for them. And LG continuing those winning streak, and Cloud9 Blue, even after the tac quads, are still stumped.
I can't believe it. In all honesty, I can't, because there goes that spray over in Cat. If I'm not mistaken, it was your boy Dre dry through the smoke, and Cat ends up getting that first frag, and again, a 1v3. It just sounds harder than a 1v2. It's a bigger number in the first place, but a Proto, man, just about half HP, ends up making it possible. A fun round for LG, and they're finally starting to stretch their legs a little bit, as now Cloud9, yes, they're back to rifles, but LG are looking good.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Ooh, a nice 0-point knife to find 2 players pushed into A main, but that doesn't mean they're going to get that control. And you can see Dre has pocketed himself in 1. He's so good in this position because he gets a kill and dismisses out instantly after. But here's the focus. Null CMD online, Dazzle in the backside. He's got to get this util out before he gets disabled himself.
And the Proto is going to stick around, even though his utility is not going to come into effect. Oh! Oh, Proto! Double through the smoke and Dazzle in the back of sight. They had no clue. What on earth was that from a Proto? As now Cloud9, they're left down to only 2. Again, everything was safe for them here on the B site. This could be a 4v4, but instead, we have to see Cloud9 fight for it. Mid to the back line, gets a big kill. Poise trying to chase. He ends up taking down Tig. He knows where your boy Dre is. Poise sits back and he gets another one. 2 straight rounds, 2 straight Red Bull clutches. This time, it's Poise with the crown.
There you go. Duelist v Duelist at 2. Stars for both of these lineups, and Poise has finally got his moment in the spotlight. Close. So well played to find 3 kills and then to have Mitch. Don't get me wrong, Poise does amazing here, but if Mitch doesn't get those 2 kills, there is no winnable position for Poise. He's down to a 1v2 if Mitch can only go 1 for 1, but he finds 2, gives Poise a winnable position, gives him an opportunity to get aggressive, and he finds the clutch. 3-7, Cloud9 Blue. It's been rough, it's been shaky, but it's not over yet.
Now let's look at that B hold again, because we're just gonna have to see it get targeted. Cosmic Divide in. Tig is out. No one knows he's there. Tig! He's there like a 3. Make it 4. No! Tig on a mission impossible. He makes it through enemy lines and he's still able to get 3. Poison Zeppa now the last 2 remaining in a 2v3, and now they're in the middle of sight. Let's calm down for a quick second as now this Cosmic Divide falls. My, oh my. It is Luminosity with 3 players coming back into the middle of sight. And Poise in a 1v2 almost makes it possible again. But this time it is no heroics, at least from the Cloud9 side. Tig, what in the hell was that? He was sitting in logs, sitting behind the Cosmic Divide. It's an obvious spot, and then he walks out into the open Sully, but nobody, absolutely nobody, is ever going to check that right corner.
Dude, that round has got my heart racing. The adrenaline is pumping. How does he get here, dude? He dashes. He gets full blinded too off of a KO flash, but he still is able to get 3.
Dude.
Oh my goodness. And even brings Zeppa literally to 1 HP. Cloud9, after heroics from Poise and almost a chance to do it there again, they find themselves with another round loss. 8-3 Luminosity Gaming. 1 round left in this half, and they've got the decisive buy to possibly get it done. Poise on knives, yes, but look at this util over here. There's just so much LG stacked on this A side.
Look at the amount of util. You have Astra Stars and Nano Swarms all around, and it is going to be LG still with that first pick. Out goes your boy Dre and Ban. Ban with 2 more picks from the judge. Oh, why is it the judge? Why is it the judge making the impact? Your boy Dre with the last, and Luminosity, they flawlessly close out the half 9-3. Oh man, I think we legitimately need a break because things were getting quite hectic.
It's a little too much for me to handle, man. LG, well, they definitely came out swinging. If the storyline was right and that they needed to find some footing to send themselves back up to at least the lower portion of Tier 1 North America, they are doing it here. Now, that's not to say that the half is just over. Apologies, the game is just over, and especially on this first map, because Cloud9, after the half, after the break, they will find themselves on the other side of the server on the defensive side. So don't move a muscle, because Cloud9 are not done just yet.
Welcome on back, folks. Yes, it is the second half between Cloud9 Blue and Luminosity Gaming. My name is Outmind, joined here by Sully. And yes, I don't know if that was heard at the very end. Sully reminded me to do some sort of read there. I don't know. I don't know which one he's talking about. What read?
I forgot we were still in this second. You know, it's been such a movie. It feels like we've gone through like a whole map.
No, that first half, no.
Right.
Yeah, no, that first half legitimately seemed like an entire matchup.
Yeah.
But folks, yes, we are indeed back the second half with the pistol round starting off right here, right now. 2 players for Cloud9 Blue in the middle of the B side trying to hold off an LG quick take.
Oh, you love that instant wall as well. And I think that Leaf is going to stick right behind it. It's a little misconstrued, but no. Alexa to fall away. And yeah, that Astra grab will definitely save that execution. And well, it keeps them back a little while longer. Cloud9 Blue committing to a 4 or 3-man rotation with Poise not too far behind. He's going to play the jump spot over towards the back of Well and Spawn. But it's LG who have completely cut noise in this situation. And Leaf just watching for the peak. Where's the eggs? Like, there is really no Q. I mean, they have 1 star only and a nice flash, but no reaction. And I think it's just to try and bait him out a little bit. Who knows?
No, it's like... It's the same mentality I have when I see like flashes getting thrown early in CS. Like, I don't really get it, but it works, right? In we go, though. 5 players all suppressed. Just off of that one knife, and now in we go. Leaf gonna be able to get one off Tig, and he's still going. The right clicks from Leaf, holding back the middle of the B site. But watch on the back of site is Zeta trying to go through. Zeppa jumping on top of the wall, but he still goes down in a heap. Mitch is now the last one remaining in a 1v2, and he took on so much damage from your boy Dre. Mitch, he was fresh going into the interaction, but just like that, it's going to be the end of the round. I thought that potentially with the time taken there, we could have seen a miracle 2 headshots. But Luminosity starting things off right with a textbook pistol round finish.
Yeah, it's amazing they're able to recover after losing 2 players almost instantaneously off the rip, right? Leaf comes up big with 2 big kills, and somehow LG just, they find a way to recover that round. And Cloud9 Blue, they try and get it going, but the wall goes up and Spawn, isolating players in that back lines. And next thing you know, LG paint a picture on that B bomb site, and the site is theirs, the round is theirs. 10-3, no force back yet from Cloud9. So I'm again not gonna be one to say that this is a round 1 for LG, because just knowing how the day has gone with all these thrifties, who knows what happens here. But LG, 4 Spectres, and Dre electing to force up the Phantom in favor of 1 Devour or Dismiss. It's LG who, in this position, are hoping to keep as many players alive and probably ice out this game in the next coming rounds.
Yeah, it seems like it. Again, Luminosity is virtually, after this, only 1 reset away from taking the dub on the map. Not exactly anticipated going into Ascent, but I think both teams will absolutely take it. Now in goes to take over towards Cat. It is that crossfire off the pistols, and all 5 kills going away in 1 fell swoop. Yes, it is going to be Luminosity with that 11th, and they're going to head into what might be their very final contested buy, with presumably SMGs at the moment. I don't think they want to upgrade.
No, I think with this gap, if you're LG, you don't need to be too eager, right, to get onto 12. You've got 8 rounds ahead. You can, if they were to win this round, right, Cloud9 Blue, which with the better guns, you would expect them to. You have LG, who will have the bonus. You have a chance to reset Cloud9, assuming you do enough damage in this round. So there's no hurry, is all I'm getting at for LG, and it doesn't look like that's the plan whatsoever. Like you said, hold on to the Spectres. Band isn't going to be too eager to force up a gun. They'll be sticking to that Sheriff, where we see LG working their way up mid. Dre on this Sultan. We've just seen how deadly he can be on the Reyna alone. Now that he's got the Empress online, what can he find? Wall broken down. Tig lurking up towards Cat, so there's a chance he could maybe get something, but across, or at least an off angle being held by Zepp on the other side, as LG, after this initial push, slowed things down a little bit. Now we have a fight possibly between Dre and Leaf.
And it's going to be that battle that can potentially break apart this entire take. But again, you do got to watch out for that crossfire with Mitch. And what a response. Nebula. Second one right in the mid side, stopping what was Luminosity's ideas of even going over towards the B side. But what is going on? There are players from Luminosity heading right into A, but look who's isolated. The Spike is isolated in mid. Dazzle Still playing up and across at the moment. Your boy Drake trying to go up mid. There you go. The spike is down. That's what I was worried about, Sully. Even with only 2 players, they're going to isolate the spike in such an awkward spot. Ban cannot possibly make his way through, and Zeta gets the kill onto Ban. Oh, the nightmare scenario that was going on in my head just came true, Sully. 4-11.
Yeah, I think the idea for LG was you kind of tick off an A hit, and then at the same time, those 2 players sitting in mid look to punish the players that are going to swing from market / a back spawn. So, idea there for LG. Unfortunately, the execution not really ready as Dre ends up falling first. But again, it was just their bonus. So LG, they're going to have the buyback nonetheless. And this is where if you can possibly reset Cloud9 blue, there haven't been too many casualties, at least in that last round. So money is just fine for Cloud9, but LG, do the damage, get to 12 here, and you make the whole world of Cloud9 blue to bring the comeback back a whole lot more difficult. And this time around, it's more or less the same. Another default with a 3-2 split, with the only difference being no one towards the mid side.
And already early on, it's going to be Poise trying to go for a contact peek purely over an A. He still ends up going down. Do like the immediate response, though. Very deep smoke into A main, and Mitch has already made his way up through Cats. And he ends up revealing the ideas of Luminosity, or at least the flowchart of Luminosity. Mitch taking down the spike there has at least led for a bit of comfort over towards that A site. You still have Zeppa over towards the back line.
My, this fake from Dazzle, it might have just sold, as you can see, a little movement from Zeta, so I'm more convinced it could be an A hit, but I think it's working back the other way. They've double faked out Cloud9 right now. Granted, there are 2 players here, so it's not going to work in their favor entirely, but even then, if they went to the B site, Leaf would have been very, very ready to make that rotation.
30 seconds
so Zeppa
left.
alone for now on the middle of A site. Mitch not too far off of him. But a 4v2 on this exec, and Stars, that's going to isolate him. It's all alone. It's all in the back of Zeppa at the moment.
Oh, and it's going to be Zeppa that can only get one. Mitch coming up from Cat with the spray now and getting another one. And now Mitch! We thought it was going to be Zeppa in the back of side holding it down, but Mitch, man, popping out from Cat with a 4K. That is going to be Cloud9 still holding back Luminosity from that elusive 12th round.
Yeah, I think Mitch broke the gate as he was coming back from that Cat fight, or at least made it impossible for him to close the gate here. So even if they were to close the gate, Mitch sitting in that smoke, immediately ready for the punish. And okay, it looks like the gate was there and ready to be activated, but he does a great job closing the gap, ensuring that they can't get it done. And LG, they've got themselves on one of the most dangerous buys I'd say that they could have the Chico round.
The coveted Chico round for Luminosity, and they're still playing a bit of a default early on. They have 2 players over towards main. So that's A main for now. Did Leaf place a deep Sage wall on B main?
Is so
oh, that's a nuts little wall there, but also look at the little fake from a Proto. He breaks down the wall a slight bit. He has already backed out. That is actually forcing Leaf to try to retake B main, but again, as this is going down, it's the rest of LG in mid.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say that Leaf in this position is just going to make his rotation a little bit more difficult, but Mitch is going to swing off the KO knife. I don't know if they got the info, but still they get the kills. Zeppa, okay, 2 kills back. There's still 4 alive here. And Zeppa in this back site, struggling to find these kills on 40 HP left, needs to hold it back, and suddenly, man advantage and 2 rifles picked up here. And look at this, Gus. Tig is on a massive, massive flank for these final 2.
Indeed, Dre gonna pop, and he's not gonna be able to get both. Instead, now he's leaving a 1v1. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Tig closes out the Chico round. It's thrifty back for Luminosity.
I can't do this, man. I can't do this. I was just joking. I was just joking when I said LG are good on Chicos. They do it again, yo. LG on the attacking side. You know, we had this discussion, Gus, on T1 versus Built by Gamers about how it's harder to play these pistol rounds on an offense. LG, they make it, it's hard, right? But they make it work somehow. I don't know what it is, but these guys are just so talented with Sheriffs, and they somehow get it done. Tig on that last second flank as well. 12-5. It's Cloud9 blue. Backs against the rope. And, well, it's I think I got that wrong. It's on the ropes, right?
No. Backs against the ropes. Yeah. No, you got it. You got it. You gotta think like a boxer. Like when
Yeah.
your back's like against the ropes, you gotta swing back. You know, and that's exactly what Cloud9 has to. That's exactly what Cloud9 has to do. They have to swing back, and see they'll do it. God, I love making those transitions as convoluted as possible.
Yep.
It works though. It works. It is a man advantage back for Cloud9, and Luminosity now at the man disadvantage, still playing around another default setup.
Yeah, and a Proto's got his ult out. There are 3 ults present here for these remaining 4 players.
Jeez.
Dazzle using his a little bit early. KO knife, 0 point. Suppressing towards Catwalk, but it's a retake of the A site with no flashes to go off of, at least for LG. Exec gets hard. Nice fragment coming out at a double cross. Meanwhile, the Zeta here to reinforce. Mitch even taking the fight towards A main. It's a rework from Cloud9 back into A, but here comes LG storming up the mid side, poised, ready, and watching alongside Leaf.
30 seconds left.
And they don't have smokes at the moment, so yes, this crossfire can work. Boy's gonna be able to get one. Leaf around the corner.
What?
A Proto with a spray transfer onto Poise. It is still a 1v5. Currently only at its midway point. Even before that midway point, a Proto now, he doesn't even have the util to use. He is completely suppressed. Not only that, but the recon bolt pinging out his position. Cloud9, they land on their feet with a 6th round.
I won't lie, the fact that a Proto is able to find 2 flicking basically from 2 different angles is still crazy. But yeah, Cloud9 nicely done here on the post plant, ensuring that nobody goes in solo. Yes, you lose 2 players on that B side. It shouldn't have even gone that way, but still, Cloud9, a 6th round tallied up, and LG 6 more chances to close it out here in well. There we go, get a nice little 3rd-person POV. One. Oh my gosh, a Proto.
Jeez, man. What a transfer. And that's if potentially first person angle, that would have been flick of the day in my opinion.
Could still be.
Could still be. In theory, that was a sick flick.
Yeah.
Luminosity in this round, Sully, not much of a hope. Of course, it is back over towards those pistols, but your boy Dre, he was looking for something quite spicy at least.
Right.
Sitting around on half wall, the rest of his teammates playing contact, but there goes again that early wall from Leaf that might actually be a bit more of a deficit, because if this wall goes down and things go quiet, it is going to have to be Leaf that has to go for a dry contact peek. That's just a little bit more time being wasted. Look at the rest of LG though, it's still quiet off the default.
After Jay's aggression, like you said, they're going to re-aggress and Leaf, like dry peek and takes the first fight, doesn't end up winning it.
Oh,
Big loss, and Van, he's going to not be able to retrieve the rifle. An even bigger loss there as Mitch is not able to collect upon that frag. Dre's still standing, and he's even popped the ult at the moment as Zeta, good for 1, but the HP is low 1-2, half for Mitch and half for Zeta, so things get a little bit dicey.
Your boy Dre taking down Mitch. Mitch, a bit of a disaster trying to take down the contact in mid, and now it's a crossfire here in the B site. But these attackers, they have the smokes, they have a contact to find! Zeta! Only able to get 3, but it's more than enough, as now his teammates are back here in the middle of sight. In Cloud9, they dodge a massive bullet.
Yeah, Zeta, the hero of that round entirely, sits, waits, and watches after getting the trade into B main. He understands that that's such a big position. They come out, he guns 2 down, and if he doesn't find this kill, let me get it straight. Doesn't get this kill, there's no chance for this play. And despite the Cosmic Divide going up, 2 players line up for the same exact swing. And Dre is in such an exposed position. Zeppa to clean things up, and like you said, they dodge a huge bullet. LG at 12, but Cloud9 bringing on some kind of comeback at 7 rounds.
And look at the early approach, or the early util over towards A main. Tig simply keeping an eye on it, is Poised still playing up that first contact. Luminosity. It is kind of interesting that they keep banging out this mid side. Cloud9 blue, no approach whatsoever.
No, not at all. They don't want to get aggressive. Cloud9, what's been working is that they've been sitting, waiting, listening, and letting them funnel into them. They're doing it here again. LG, a minute left as they work back into the B bomb site. There's only a single star, but what lies and waits is the Odin of Zeta. Recon Bolt will deny them the info, but you can see the jiggle peek from Poison to A main, and the jiggle as well from Zeppa. This is kind of like well, the recon bolt doesn't get anything, but we've got nothing on A. And now with the Owl drone going out, rotation should be quick, but a lockdown already here for Pro. He's got to place it behind the box so the spam can't get through. And Leaf is what sits in the back of sight.
Okay, they go off the wall too, so that's a big setup in main. Completely broken down. Out goes Leaf and Mitch with a wide swing. Zeta in the back line alongside Mitch can help this out. In Luminosity, they had everything lined up for them in this round, but Cloud9 with an early Hunter's Fury and a couple of early rotations, able to shut it down.
Yeah, very well read from Cloud9 Blue. Again, the double peek from both Poison and Zeppa over towards Catwalk and one towards A main, forcing LG to essentially give all the info and show their hand to Cloud9 as those two players, both Zeta and Leaf, ready, raring to go. LG with attack pause. I think this is probably the best time to do so. Cloud9 have been packing on this team 3 rounds in a row so far, 4 rounds to go. And specifically because you need to figure out how you want to manage your economy here, right? LG don't have the best funds. You could see them go for another Sheriff round. Who knows if they want to pull that out again, but lightning doesn't normally strike twice, and it did this time around, so I think the odds are a little bit less for 3 times.
Yeah, Sully, this is unfortunately starting to become a bit of a deja vu type scenario back with BBG, but I don't see this ending with a Thrifty.
Yeah,
I don't see it. I don't see it happening off of an eco round, but
No.
you know, even then, just talking about Cloud9 thus far, dude, I don't think they've changed their approach a whole lot throughout the last few rounds.
Not really.
You know, we're seeing more or less the same flow, the same util. LG, they just can't break through it all. They're trying to change up their approach. They're trying to change up timings more specifically. But Cloud9, they found the right formula.
Yeah, and you said it, Gus. You said that you favor the Cloud9 Blue comp as a more defensive comp, and it's working well. This KO knife is so instrumental for info, and you see it here again. Knife doesn't get anything, but it doesn't mean that there's nobody there. Both Boys and Zeppa, 2 of the most deadly right now on the server, are ready for the swing, but they take a hefty hit off that shock dart. Boys is going to slip through the cracks and find himself lined up in wine, whereas Zeppa has to deal with 2 different angles now and take the bait for his friend. Boys not ready for the swing. He is going to get shock darted again, down to 24. This is dangerous territory here for the rest of Cloud9 Blue. You can see those rotations.
Okay, but there's a Nebula. Poise has a dash.
Oh,
Look at the
this
angle
play
from
up
Tig,
top.
though. One Sheriff shot from Tig would finish off Poise. But I'm still watching. Poise legitimately cannot contact whatsoever. Cannot move by any means. Over in mid, though. It is Luminosity slowly making
no,
more
Poise is
moves.
gone.
There's one off that flank. Out goes the Nano Swarm. And finally, Poise is safe. Zeppa, however, going down to 34 HP off of the interaction. Just about 40 seconds left, Sully, and LG are still waiting outside of A main, potentially making a split.
It feels like it's all on the back of Dre at the moment. You see what he can find and what he's not able to find much. Rotations coming in, 2 players still on this A site, and things have quieted down. 20 seconds left. It's LG starting to get ready to go. It's Poise up close here in this Nebula. 3 players just outside, and it's quiet. It's silence, and now he's got the info. He hears the footsteps, so where's the swing? 3 players yet to come, and it's instead Zeta, Zeppa, Mitch, all to find the first 3, and Poise just going to get the final kill. 12-9, Cloud9 Blue against the anti-eco, or apologies, against the eco round of LG, are able to get it done.
Yeah, good. Again, it was nothing insanely stellar from Cloud9. It wasn't anything crazy from Luminosity. We're just seeing, once again, Luminosity in C9 maintaining more or less the same flow of the round. At least it does feel good seeing Luminosity actually putting in most of their players towards one side of the map, because I feel like we've just been seeing defaults throughout this map, or throughout this half.
Big contest towards mid. We see the op pulled out for Poise, so if you know a jet op, it's probably Wardell. But let me tell you about Poise here. We'll see if he can get anything. And it's on Ascent as well, right?
Yeah.
Wardell did it with the Sage. I think the clip was in the highlights. So I'm not saying Poise is going to do the exact same thing as he's on a completely different operator, but
Ain't no way.
good contacting towards guard, and the Owl drone will be destroyed, and that gives Poise little uncomfortability as he swaps back to the Phantom. He's up close and he's expecting multiple players, and I think he's coming to his team that, okay, I'm feeling this A hit. With the wall up towards mid, I think all LG are waiting for is that break, but footsteps drop, and look at the advanced position. They're ready to boost on over here, and it is going to be a beast split at the very, very end.
But look at the players over on CAD. They're gonna come instantly. There's a gap. Wait, there's a gap in the wall? There's a gap in the wall. It broke down instantly. Now in comes that mid flank, and it's just a late rotation. The rest of Luminosity, they're starting to make their way up over towards short. There goes Poised, one of the men from Cat. Leaf in the middle of sight, could have done it all, but instead it is Bam getting back to frag and getting the revive, but Poised in a 1v5 essentially, getting the lineup, but Luminosity finally wiping the sweat off their foreheads and moving on into map number 2.
Got a little bit close, I'd have to say, for LG, especially with a 9-3 lead to kick things off, but they do end up picking the first map, and that's the map pick of Cloud9 Blue. Again, on the defensive side, you said it as well, Gus, that it's more, you kind of favor them with the defensive composition, and well, Cloud9, so close to bringing it all the way to OT, but the very end, at 9-12, they were not able to get it done. So Cloud9, close, but no cigar.
Yeah, but it still was Cloud9 finally like getting back on their feet, finally getting into at least a little bit of a stride, because it almost seemed like throughout the entire game we didn't see their economy really actually like solidified at any point, and also the takes were just a little bit off. Once things ended up going over towards that defensive side, I just feel as if Ascent completely changed, and not just Ascent but also kind of just the mindset. The comp was a little bit better for the defensive side either, but again, okay, Sarah, the map is over. The next one, Sully, being Icebox, and I said it before, if you want a legit match between Luminosity and Cloud9, Icebox is the place to go. Both of these teams undefeated on Icebox in the last 2 months. Both of them have an identical record of 7-0. It's going to be a banger. It's going to be Icebox. It's going to be map number 2 between Cloud9 and Luminosity. You guys don't want to miss it at all. It could be the end here of the open bracket of VCT. We'll see you guys back in just a little bit.
the money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the
And welcome on back. It is, of course, the second map between none other than Cloud9 and Luminosity, starting off in just a little bit. But before we get into it, let's talk about map number 1. My name is Up. I'm joined here by Sully. Ascent was a little bit more of a mystery heading into it, Sully, but both of these teams had their moment to shine.
Yeah, I think both of these teams definitely looked really, really strong, particularly LG in that first half on their defensive side. Really locking away, it felt like, at a 9-3 scoreline. So LG bringing into the second half, things slowed down just a little bit, but at the very end, Cloud9, they had kind of a mix of a comeback, but LG were able to put it to bed at the very end.
And before we head into map number 2, of course, we wanted to give yet another big shout out to one of the sponsors for this stage of the VCT. It is none other than Zowie, folks. You guys already know what it is. It is the absolute most quality that you can get from a tactical FPS monitor. It is, of course, dynamic accuracy and color vibrance. Those two things, among other functions of Zowie monitors, that ends up making it one of the best in the industry. Folks, if you guys don't even know what dynamic accuracy is, purely look it up on Google. What is DYAC? And folks, you guys can skip right to the good stuff and find out potentially one of the reasons why the monitors are some of the best. Control your weapon spray better, see your enemies before they see you. Again, thank you so much to Zowie for helping us out here at the VCT. Now let's talk about map number 2, because I hyped it up before. Icebox is indeed like one of the maps that we heavily anticipate these two teams bringing everything out. And I think it's going to be a far cry from Ascent even.
Yeah, I feel like if you look back at Ascent, it was like a very back and forth in the sense of both halves were one team dominating and the other team kind of slacking a little bit. LG definitely slacked maybe a little bit too much than you would have hoped for it in that second half, but they were able to close things out. Now this map of Icebox, once we get into our map selection after the highlights go down, it's a map that both teams have been dominant on for the last 7 games. That's right, 7 games in every single one of them. Both of these teams have won. So we're going to Icebox, which we are, and I'm happy to see we're probably going to get a really close best of, or at least a close second map.
Yeah, presumably, right? But still, that first map was fun to look at as we were just going through the highlights and talking about things. Again, Ascent going into today was already more, it was already a little bit of a question mark for at least Cloud9. It was better off for Luminosity. They had a 5-1 record going into today. The only L that they had was against Noble like a couple of months ago. Like, dude, still, Luminosity, they end up making their way through the map number 1. Now let's talk about Icebox, because you mentioned the 7-0, and Haven right after it becomes a bit of a question mark. Still, Sully, I'm feeling Luminosity with the rest of this comp.
Yeah, I can kind of see the way that Luminosity, the way they played at least on Ascent, and bringing that energy into Icebox, you kind of feel and you lean a little more heavily towards LG, just because historically, I mean, LG have always been a superb Icebox team. And if Cloud9 were to say win this map, right, they themselves have been really strong, 7-0 as well. That's not a stat to look over or gloss over. To go to that third map of Haven, the advantage is so hard to decipher, because Cloud9, yes, they're 5-0. LG, they're currently 3-1 in the last month, but they only lost out to V1 in like a 13-9 scoreline in the first challenger. So both of these two teams, they're ready to clash on these final 2 maps, and I think Ascent was kind of like this very small appetizer to what the rest of the best of 3 could behold.
And just a little bit of a tidbit about Luminosity and their play on Haven. I mean, we saw them play against version 1, and you would expect maybe a couple of changes to the map, especially after losing to a team like V1, but they haven't made any changes whatsoever, and they have been perfect thus far on this map. Currently a 2-0 record thus far. I think the last one that they took was actually against Resonate, which was another team on an incredible run throughout this tournament. By the way, Sully, I actually wouldn't be disappointed at all if we were actually talking about Resonate at this point, because they actually had a miracle run. However, moving on. Other side of the server, though, for Cloud9 Blue, we could talk about a little bit more about their comp as we head into the agent select. They've been playing around with the assets a little bit, but it's mainly the integration of Sky and KO that I am 100% looking forward to.
Yeah, for me on Cloud9, that's like the biggest focus. It's like, okay, how are they incorporating these new agents? How are they utilizing it? Well, this map, it's not going to happen as it only happens on Ascent and Haven, but it's kind of the most standard, I'd say, dry comp that we see from both of these sides. You have your core 4 agents, that being Sova, Jet, Viper, Sage, and then kind of that flex for the 5th. Drake is going to elect to go for the Reyna. Times have been changed where he was playing the Raze, but I think now on Reyna, especially the way he played on Ascent, who's going to blame him? I think Dazzle put out tweets saying Dreyna, so, you know, he's looking really, really good is all I'm getting at. On the other side, they swap out that 5th agent for instead of KJ, so I think the comps are as standard as can be. Obviously, those 5 flexes, you kind of go with whatever you want. Now for the side of Cloud9, having that KJ can be super useful to kind of locking down the B side alongside a Viper to deny spike events.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy that I was talking about Haven going into Icebox, but yeah, no, I again, specifically to this map, by the way, for a little bit more context, it is actually going to be Luminosity that hasn't made a singular comp change to this Icebox comp throughout the last month, and again, 7-0 just on that comp alone. C9 Blue doing more or less that same business with their composition. They're still playing around with the assets, but it is kind of weird for us to think that, you know, that the KJ alongside the Viper is what works even after what happened with the patch. So still we are sticking around with what is Luminosity and Cloud9, almost with a mirror match here on Icebox. It might be the finisher. Luminosity looking for one more as they head right into the mid side.
Yeah, they're going straight and they're going fast. Mitch is going to do what he can to try and delay, but there's a second. And Zeppa, this is the combo I'm talking about. KJ and Viper, and Zeppa is going to be good to find the first, but he's taken down to 17 HP, slowly regenning. Mitch struggling with this fight. He's on 18 HP, but same thing with Dazzle. They back away for a 5v2, and Cloud9 have the site. They've got control, maybe not.
Well, technically they do. Dazzle, 20 HP, and it was still able to get 2 massive kills. Tig, is that a top mid? No, excuse me. Is that a bottom mid Viper snakebite lineup? Oh no, it missed. No, it missed. The snakebite missed. Oh, I was about to say, is that a top mid snakebite lineup? That is crazy. The fact that the first one even hit is wild to me, but of course the second one doesn't hit. It hits the ground. Both players at the top of tunnel, and that's going to be the end of the round. Cloud9 Blue taking it away after a bit of a heart attack.
Yeah, got a little close definitely from Dazzle. I thought for sure Tig could have made it in time. If the second snakebite lands, there's a good chance that he's got an opportunity to win it. You know, you get the vulnerability, but second, it bounced off the corner.
Oh,
that hurts.
Gotta be kidding
that
me,
hurts
man.
if you're Tig, and to know that it was only like
lineup,
a couple of pixels, maybe could have won you that round. It buys you a little more time. They get on it vulnerable, whatever. It's done is done. Now they've got to force up to try and combat a Proto sticking to his sheriff. You know how good he can be on that gun, but Cloud9 Blue, 5 Spectres against 4, and they're working up again towards the B site.
It's going to be 2 players in the center here. They have all of their util essentially stacked right in the middle. Only one singular snakebite bought up for Zeppa. And it might actually use it early to potentially stop this takeover in B, but no, it's not going to happen. Instead, it's an early snake bite right in the corner of sight. This does give these 2 players a little bit more time to actually bang away this wall. And look at the SMG starting to ring out. Mitch still catching up a kill onto Ban. All 4 players still sticking around yellow box. And Sully, these players can't even rotate. There is Poise right in the back of B main as we speak. They've got to commit to this. They're finally going to be able to get the kill. Finally, out goes Poise off that flank. And not only that, but he still maintains control. Poised, so holding up in the back. Your boy Dre trying to go for the wide peak. And Luminosity, they're just trying to get some breathing room, Sully.
Yeah, and they're down to just 3 players. Dazzle on 37, a Proto. He's good with the sheriff, but how good can he be?
30 seconds
Got no shields as well, so it becomes even more difficult. Turret's going to spot him out, and still these LG players are just hanging around. They're just going to try and get the spike down. A perfect swing coming out from Zeppa to find the final 3, and that'll charge up his Viper spit a little bit more. 2-0 for Cloud9 Blue. LG off the force now in this 3rd round, beyond to an eco.
We kind of get at least a bit of a peek over towards that last round. I like how that turret is detecting people that walk behind that Viper wall, and it literally is just a golden platter situation for Zeppa. I mean, I didn't really expect it I didn't expect that combo to be the game changer, but it's crazy how quickly Zeppa has actually learned this game, learned these characters. Didn't Zeppa just come over to Valorant like 2-3 months ago?
Something like that.
Sheesh. They brought out early on actually taking down Poise. It was like near the beginning of stage 2. It has not been a long time since Zeppa has been here, so catching up fairly quickly. However, LG already catching up a bit early on in the round. They're still sticking around that A site.
Ooh, a Proto nearly for a second. Had it not been for the pipes, I think that would have been a most certain kill as Leaf. Ooh, Dre looking to capitalize, but Leaf running and gunning is going to be able to find it. Wall thrown up to help delay and buy a little bit more time for his team as a snake fights as well to combo. Yeah, Proto was able to get one, but I don't think the rest of his team can find much else. Zeta up top, the Raptors able to get another here and up close. Dazzle, wait a second, 2 versus 2. The HP still very low. The damage has certainly been done here by LG.
Damage has been done and can continue to be done. Still Zeppa and Mitch staying very careful and even approaching towards the middle of the site. You still have that Sage Wall almost fully intact, except for a gap right in the middle. Zeppa sitting right from behind, and there you go. Barely any bullets at all to take down Tega Prota from around the corner, looking for the trade back, but it is going to be that 3rd round back for Cloud9 Blue. And Luminosity, I mean, yes, they have their buy back, but if they lose out on this one, it is dire straits.
Zeppa, 7 kills, no deaths. He's going to have the Viper's Pit charged up, so he can use that as he pleases. He might use it even in this round. I don't think so, though. 2 pings on the minimap. A lineup certainly in play here for the side of LG, and a heavy A hit on the cards possibly, as 4 to 5 players now stacked up. The single wall going up, that'll at least obscure the vision a little bit temporarily of Cloud9 Blue, but LG focuses here, and Zeppa ready to use the ult. Pops it here on top of the pipes. Will spread, but not as far as I think he would have hoped, if I'm being completely honest.
No, but even then they could still reinforce the effort. Dazzle taking down Zeppa. Still going to be a bit of a task. In comes Mitch over towards that back line. Not going to be able to find anything. Instead, now it's only the contact of the Sova in the back line. And Zeta goes down in a heap. Only 2 more players remaining now for Cloud9. And my, oh my, what a take on from LG. Tig continue his reign at Ceres. Poise, he had 10 HP going into that wide swing.
Right.
1v3 though, it wouldn't actually be a bad idea for Ban and a Proto to fight this, because if they die, they get their ultis instantly.
Yeah, but at the same time, you don't want to lose these guns because it is the 4th round, and you don't have the best economy. So I think it's better that
and
they save these
Cloud9
guns.
isn't on a reset either. Yeah,
right, exactly. They've been able to maintain this bonus for quite some time. So LG, Dre, not even gonna get the final kill. Well, you know, it's the wrong player that you wanted to go down, Gus, but at least someone goes something. Dre now only 1 off the ultimate, so 2 players stay alive. Cloud9 Blue will concede their 1st round, but that's not to mean they're done with their buys, because like we were saying earlier, they've built up quite the bank account. So buy should be back here for Cloud9 Blue momentarily, whereas LG, if you keep losing players like that, you will start to feel it. And I think losing 3 players there and having those major reinvestments, there's a definite possible chance that you get reset here if you're not able to close it out timely enough, and at least with the majority of your players alive.
That just adds on to potentially the stakes of this next round, because again, Luminosity and Cloud9 both on the verge of resets for the first time. It is kind of sad that LG is still not out of the dark yet, even after winning up that last round. Still has to stick on with an SMG too. Same thing with Leaf. In we go though. The rest of Luminosity actually going right into A main. There's a little bit of util right in the middle of sight, but actually 2 players trying to play up an elbow. Out goes the attempt. Boy's trying to hold back that middle choke point, and Ban actually opens it up. Luminosity with a little bit more breathing room on site.
Oh, and your boy Dre is so close. 1 kill, and he's got the Empress to dismiss for info as well. Climbing up. Dre still sitting, waiting, listening as the slings go in. But there's a trade back. Leaf doing damage. Leaf going big for 2. And Dre ended up going down, so he's not able to find the impact, and a res is available as well. Leaf can bring another player to the table as Zeppa looking to punish, but not going to find it as well.
Proto also has the revive, but he needs to use it out ASAP, and indeed he does. Ban is revived. They didn't have the angle for it, but they did. Leaf, the patience as he gets the kill over the wall. A full HP Ban is now down and out. 30 HP left on a Proto, but he does try to revive.
Oh my gosh.
1 HP on a Proto. And the heal is going back up to just about 30, if I'm not mistaken. A Proto still has a wall. He's gonna counter wall. Oh, but Mitch had to flick that. Ain't no way he was actually ready for that wall. With a shot from Mitch in a 4th round for C9.
Oh my goodness, man, this round could not have been closer, with Dre going down in such an opportune position to find so many kills. Leaf coming up huge, and then in this 1v1, Leaf up top, putting it down to just a single player left over. I mean, Cloud9, semantics aside, it is a crazy round. And LG, they somehow bring it down to just 1. Damage has been dealt, and both teams are, as you said, Gus, are kind of in the dark here. Both teams investing heavily into this one in the form of pistols. An's gonna pull up the knives to see what he can find. But Cloud9 Blue and LG, both teams are struggling economically immensely.
So gonna have to be that double back. You can see Tig still trying to fight up in B main. Tig only 1 ult point away from at least the Viper's pit, but again, the pistols halted in their tracks. But what is going on in this A site? Poise, he's the only contact here alongside potentially a turret, and it's Noise over in mid that has actually committed most of the players from C9 back over towards B. And now finally we're gonna be able to get a spike plant here for LG. Mitch still making a little bit of damage though. Out goes the wall towards the back of sight. And, well, it's going to be a tough post plant for sure for LG.
Oh my gosh, Leaf just running on in for 3. Oh my word. Cloud9, they're even going to get Mitch onto the KJ lockdown. They're going to pass it over to Zeta. What a round. All right, Cloud9 Blue with a fit, shutting down the eco round of LG, or at least the attempted eco round, as a couple players did buy here or there. But Cloud9 Blue, 5th on the board, locking LG out of that one. And now with the ultimates built up here for Cloud9, things are starting to lean heavily in their favor, similar to Ascent and how LG were able to pull ahead very early, and Cloud9 are doing the exact same thing here. And with LG struggling to find any footing, they'll have one more buy to work with to try and battle against Cloud9. Your boy Dre dealing with the light shields, as he does have the Devour ability, but Cloud9 keeping everyone on the guns they had in the last round. See what they can get going, as Cloud9, 2 ults lined up, a 3rd for Zeta possibly. And LG are going to try once more their hand at the A-bomb site, where Mitch lies in wait with the operator.
And it's only going to be Mitch, as the rest of Cloud9, they're getting so much information over towards that mid side. It's going to be a very quick wraparound. Again, they do have a bit of that information. Dazzle, he was holding back on that audio input, but as that is going down, the A side is being locked down. The ulti is down. The plant is finally in, but everyone has to double back right out of sight. It's a trap now. 2 seconds left of the lockdown. Finally in it goes. Only 1 player detained. It's actually your boy Dre on the very edge. Nobody trying to fight to this back line. Leaf doesn't even want to go for it. Oh my, it is an absolute death trap. LG in the back line. Still the spray in from your boy Dre, but he gets traded back. A Proto now the only contact in that back lane. It's 2 different 1v1s on site. Tig now has to 1v1 against Zeta. The Viper's pit on top. Tig, oh, Tig on the ropes. Finally lands on in. He's on top. And the Viper's pit goes down. Look at the timing from Tig. He 50-50s the Viper's pit. And now in the 1v1 against Zeppa. 1000 IQ from Tig as he wins the round.
Red Bull clutch from Tig, man. There you have it. LG for a second, like you said, 1000 IQ to stand up top to find the Red Bull clutch. And Tig waits, he gambles that they're not sinking, and even if they are, he's got a perfect angle to take that fight as soon as the Viper Spit comes down and to get the last kill as well. Tig, the hero to give LG a second, and light still in this second map. Cloud9 Blue, well, they do still have enough credits for a buy. They themselves are dwindling on the cash, and LG are starting to find some footing, surely but slowly, into this one. Now, that's not to say Cloud9 can't put an end to it here, as a 5-man push again, the A site. And Mitch once more, alone but not isolated, as Zeta's there right behind him.
Enemy mark.
It is going to be Zeta clearing out once again with the Owl Drone. Out goes that Hunter's Fury, and it could make quite a bit of noise. Out goes trying to swipe over towards that back lane, and your boy Dre has gone down to 39 HP. He's going to be able to revive a little bit because of that Viper util. But even then, a bit of damage from that Hunter's Fury. Leap over towards that back line. Out goes the wide swing from Ban. So clearing out even more, and the dash, it ends up not going behind the wall. He's actually left out in the open, but the rest of Luminosity have the crossfires. They have the right angles. And now it's just going to be poised in a 1v4, and at this point he's just getting exits.
Exits. Poise. Oh, everything going up as well. No chance. No slip.
And they have a cross here, don't they?
No, they don't. He's not peeking, but I don't think it'll matter too much. Yeah, Poise realizing at that point in time, okay, nothing I can really do unless I drop my operator for the rifle, but the odds of me winning the 1v3 are still not enough for me to take that risk. But this risk, oh, Poise just barely able to evade. Now he knows he's got to deal with more players swarming. So if they get this off out of the hands of the Poise, it's just a nice bonus. And well, he's on 23 HP. Yo, what, Poise? Harry Houdini, because he can escape from anything. What?
Oh my
gosh, Poise.
Wait, what? Why? He didn't need to. He didn't need to do cool stuff like this, bro. Look at this.
Dash.
Ain't no way. Free ones for Poise, as actually because of those kills, he's able to get the knives back. Yeah. But all right, cool.
That's funny.
All right. I guess we're back into the next round. Hasn't really changed anything for LG. They're still stuck on like mostly SMGs, but all right, cool from Poise. The economy for LG is a little bit more in shambles. It is more fragile than usual. Poise almost getting fragged out, though. The timing on his drop certainly wasn't optimal. And now they have the angle. Your boy Dre lines him up. Watch out for Leaf on the bottom line. He's able to take him out right from behind his own wall. Now we're equalized at a 4v4.
Tig on this very late lurk. And it's Zeppa who's not too far. If he is able to net a frag, he can instantly pop that Viper's Pit, but there are two towards the mid side. Tig will be revealed. Zeppa's now going to deal with so many players, and one's got its back turned. Down goes a Proto. Zeppa locking it in. 3 versus 2 for Cloud9 as they have the advantage. And guess who's got the knives? You said it earlier. It could get him onto it, and Poise has got it here. Dazzle at least has the Hunter's Fury, but that's if the spike can go down. Now, I like this from Tig. He's gone deep into the back lines. He's looking to create an advantage, and they're wrapping back here, yo.
Ooh,
you don't want to commit to B, and they are looking for the A site where the util is.
Oh, but watch out. Poise with the pick and roll. He's about to catch it. So towards that back line, and it is intercepted by Zeta. Zeta from behind. Only going to be able to get one. Tig now, because of this plant, he's going to do it again, Sully. Are we going to see the Viper's Pit?
Again,
of course we are. Of course we are. Tig, the mastermind from earlier, he ended up utilizing the Viper's Pit as what was essentially a dissipating smoke to end up winning out of 1v2. This time, though, he is playing more near the perimeter, trying to cover up neutral.
Info.
Yeah, indeed he does. Finally going for the defuse is Leaf going in, and that is absolutely it. Tig getting the kill onto Leaf. And I did actually like the fact that Tig, he pointed down his rifle barrel, just so that's not the first thing that pops out first. You know, it's a little bit less space. So in reality, Tig is actually able to see his opponent potentially first. But otherwise, very minute thing at the very end. It is still a big round back for LG.
Huge clutch again from Tig. Almost a back-to-back, just a couple rounds in between. But hey, LG find 4, finally putting an end to the Cloud9 blue buy, and it's Sheriff's majority for both Poise and Leaf. The rest will have an assortment of weaponry, but Zeta up top rafters. He's got a Marshall, but he's going to get smoked off here momentarily, and this wall angled, I'd imagine, for a little bit more of a maze take. They could wrap into the left side, and well, it seems to be that's what they're going for. Band looking around, players jumping up. Dre looking for a big clear as he finds it first. They don't know exactly where Poise is, and well, he's got a Sheriff in a corner, and he dashes into it. Jenny Box does not help him. And a 4 versus 2 instantly. Zeppa just going to hold on to this Viper's Pit. I think this round at this point in time, Gus, might just be over.
No, it absolutely is. Like, there is zero doubt that Zeppa is just not going to use this ulti. If anything, it's just going to be a pick or two. Your boy Dre spotted out Zeppa. Zeppa not exactly as fortunate. He's still gonna back out, yeah. Oh. Alright. If Zeppa completely cuts noise here and doesn't do anything, he could potentially get an exit or two. Potentially just the rifle back. Otherwise, Sully, we are just seeing, of course, Luminosity picking up a 5th round as the kill finally goes back. Very efficient, as it is getting quite interesting that C9, they are picking and prodding through mid, but they are actually having a pretty good time at selecting the times to do so.
It's allowed them to kind of open up a gap, I'd say, in the Cloud9 defense. Cloud9 is kind of pivoting around the map in the sense that when they feel contact, they'll pull a little bit, and then we see those lurks, like you're mentioning mid. Tig is able to kind of just slink his way up slowly but surely, and it's a gap that they've been exploiting these past couple of rounds, and they might just do it here again. A fast play up mid, knowing that nobody really concentrates here, and while Poise is deep into B main, it's still going to be extremely difficult to lock this in. It's a spike going down, and oh, what? Dre able to find a bigger gap as he lines up another. Poison Zeta trading back for 2 for the 4v3.
Oh, early Hunter's Fury. Good idea from Dazzle. Not going to be able to get too much. A Proto, he was keeping an eye over towards that mid side, but there's actually a double rotator there.
Dink.
So instead now Dazzle, he does get the dink back onto Poise. And from the long range, he was almost able to keep plugging away, to keep tapping away. If he had just a little bit more time to potentially peek back into Kitchen, that kill into Poise would have been possible, but instead a 6th round for C9 going into the last round.
Not too sure how the buy is going to look exactly for LG, knowing the casualties they have amassed, right? That one crazy 3K ending that Poise got. So LG, the buy, I imagine, is not going to be at 100 full strength, or it looks like that's the case for Cloud9 Blue. And it is still the case for LG. Ban doesn't work with a Stinger alongside the knives, so some cuts had to be made to the budget. Nonetheless, both teams essentially at full strength. Mitch, keep in mind, he's got a lockdown and a res for a Proto on the opposite side on LG. How do these come into play? As once again, LG focusing their attention back towards this A side, where 2 players, Mitch with this lockdown, is playing passive towards the screens, and Tig, he's ready for this lurk. He should be able to get one, but he is denied the opportunity by Poise. Lockdown goes in, means the spike needs to go down fast, and while punishing plays like that from Cloud9 are going to make the post plan a whole lot more difficult now with the flank coming in.
Oh, Salif and Zeta combining for the last 3, as again the lockdown just forcing everyone to spread away from sight. And again, Cloud9 with yet another successful post plant is going to finish off the round. Flawless, Sully. Flawless to finish off the half. So yeah, not all that bad to say the very least for Cloud9, considering the fact that they were at the disadvantage.
Yeah, really not at all. I mean, Cloud9, they bring it back to a 7-5 scoreline after going down a map. Now, LG, there were moments where it felt like, okay, LG are back in control of this first half. Well, not exactly. Plays like that from Poise are able to find kind of big gaps, big openings, and, well, we do end it 7-5 in favor of Cloud9 Blue, but LG, they still have the map advantage, and we still have a half to play out, so anything can change at any time.
Indeed, like literally with the pistol round, we have a tie score line of like 7-7. So, folks, it is still anyone's game. Luminosity could close out this map and move on into the close qualifier with an absolute massive upset, or C9 can continue the reign of terror and go back to the top 3 form that they were going into this stage. Folks, we'll be right back with map number 2 in the second half of map number 2 between C9 and LG. And welcome on back, Luminosity. They were gaining a little bit of steam by the very end of the first half, but Cloud9 landing on their feet, getting themselves the lead going into the second half. And Icebox may just be the path where Cloud9 can truly come back against LG. My name is Upmind, joined here by Sully, and the pistol round is about to go down with 3 players currently in B main for LG and all 5 for Cloud9 Blue right outside of A.
Yeah, so it feels like off of this initial peak, LG are kind of playing the retake for A. Dazzle's going to use that recon bolt. Gonna feel the contact, gonna instantly back away. But those 3 players, I think they commit to this flank, or at least a handful of them, maybe the 2. Pushing down deep as LG, that owl drone from Dazzle's gonna get not a lot of info, at least a few contact tags, but overall they should know the push is coming. And yep, flank is coming in. Dazzle backs away. Spike should be going down here in a second as LG are just gonna play this retake for a 5v5.
Oh, and it's fun. We already had a close half. Let's have a close round. Every single person alive. Almost not a single hit done thus far. Still Ban and Dazzle barely low, but in we go. Multiple players for Luminosity. Right outside of A, if actually all 5 of them right outside of A main. Because of this, it is actually Mitch currently at the moment going for a flank over towards that mid side. This Viper util is forcing LG to go into the back of sight. Out goes Mitch. Mitch over in mid gets the kill. Poised and Leaf combining for 3 in the back line. It is an absolute death trap that Cloud9 has placed LG in.
Yeah, there's literally nowhere you can go with that poison orb. Do you want to rush through and take that 30 HP deficit as you walk out the poison orb and get met with a hail of gunfire? Or do you try and route yourself through that sage wall where the only obvious entrance is? And Cloud9 Blue ready, watching, collapsing onto that position, giving themselves an 8th. And now they've got the SMGs and even now a Bulldog for Mitch into their hands. So almost a full save for LG. But 3 Sheriffs, a Ghost, a classic for a Proto to see what they can find. Well, with Sheriffs in LG's hands, it's as good as rifles, if you ask me.
Yeah, nah. it's awkward. Oh, speaking of awkward, the boy Dre just around the corner. So waiting up for the interaction, and unfortunately, it is Cloud9 holding W. There is 1 player in the back line. What's going on here? Dazzle's dead. And that's the end of the round, pretty much. 3-man advantage. Oh, man. I'm just trying to think here. Can LG even get a couple of kills to make this possible? No, certainly not. Zeppa with 2 freebies. The ult points are gaining up a little bit. Poise is only 2 away from getting up that full ulti. And looking at the stats, Sully. Holy. There is such a clear difference in stats for two teams that are so close.
Yeah, we saw it as well on Ascent, and it's very, very prevalent here. 9-5, Cloud9 with that massive lead. They've kept rounds fairly clean. So the amount of kills presented against LG doesn't show in the stats, but like you said, it feels like this game is a whole lot closer. And things definitely come a little bit closer now that LG have got the rifles in their hand. Cloud9 sending themselves up B main with a lot of noise, and you hear Poise kind of just running around here as the Jet, and that's a sound cue. And Cloud9, they've sold a fake. All 5 players are leaning to the B side of the map. Well, they haven't necessarily made a move to A. They've got everyone here, and these rotations for LG are actually slowly going back the other way, so not all is lost.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's super unfortunate whenever you can actually take away most of the players from sight, but because of the pacing of both C9 and LG, it's actually not that big of a deal. Yeah, Dazzle's gonna get that first contact, but look at the rest of C9. They're all stomping their way right onto the A site. There's only 2 players over towards that back line. Dazzle's gonna be able to spot 1, but Zeta gets him as Dazzle wide swings a little bit too far out. Zeta is down to half HP. Look at the focus on back spawn control from C9. 3 players, 2 players back over towards main, still watching out for that flank. It's only going to be Tig over towards that direction. 3 players for LG coming in right over towards the spike. There's Tig finally taking away Zeppa in the back line. There's only 2 remaining, making only 1 remaining. Your boy Dre with 2 headshots and a Proto with another one. It is going to be finally Luminosity picking up a 6th round.
Oh, just not ready for Cloud9 on that post plant. You're kind of corralled after that first kill that Tig is able to find onto the player watching the lurk. Cloud9, the rest starts crumbling down as LG make their advance from the rafters position. And yeah, big loss here, I'd say, for Tig, or apologies, Zeppa, to go down, and then instantly the reaction from the rest of LG is, okay, let's get into the site, let's get these kills, and they get it done for a 9-6 scoreline. LG, they lose a handful of players, not too many, just a singular in the form of Dazzle. He'll be dropped over a weapon, Spectre. But Cloud9 Blue, off of that light buy, or I guess the bonus technically, they themselves will have decent setup here, and Poison's looking for these knives, but there's a big denial chance as they break the owl drone. They're not too convinced that this area is clear, and so Dre's got a perfect chance to double down.
Oh no, Sully, it's a disaster! The default of Cloud9 now has to convert back onto B for one reason, and one reason only. The spike is down! They have to take that back. And it doesn't look like LG are really going to relinquish it at really any point. 4 players are going to stack up here in B main to try to help this back. Now Leaf, look at the spacing on the spike.
Oh my goodness.
From up top. They're going to be able to take it back. But this, still, the spike is actually behind the Viper wall. Out goes Zeppa. Zeppa didn't steal it. Zeppa grabbed it. But no, he didn't. Oh, what is going on? Oh, Midge is now the last remaining in a 1v4. He's able to get one. But the spike is fully in the control of the defenders once again. Tig on top, has the angle if I'm not mistaken. He's not going to be able to get the kill. Instead, Midge is still fighting, and he goes in with a classic, trying to pick up a rifle, but there are 2 players in the room. LG with a 7th round, but they were given it potentially on a silver platter.
Yeah, definitely, especially Dre with his positioning, and at the very end, Mitch is like, okay, I'm not winning this. I'm going to throw the operator out, and this is the play that kicked it off. The Viper snake bite at a perfect moment, and Dre ready to punish Zeppa as he continues to push forward alongside that Viper's wall. And well, the only salvation, like I mentioned earlier, is Mitch tossing out that operator. You don't pass to the hands of Van. You don't give them that little leverage over you. And so Cloud9, they don't have to face that just yet. But LG, on the other hand, have 5 rifles and big chance to close the gap to 1. Wall going up very, very early. No one there to challenge just yet as everybody starts to get in rotation. It's going to be Tig to watch the mid side in case players come flooding back. It seems to already be a committed hit to A. However, Poise tagged by that owl drone doesn't necessarily convince Cloud9 this is the site they should go into instantly. They're going to slow things down, pull away just a little bit. But like I mentioned, Tig is still waiting and watching slowly back towards the mid side.
And Zeppa is just going to be the one trying to dictate pressure back with a poison orb over towards that mid side. But again, yes, it is Tig off that contact. He hears out that ult, and not only that, but a lot of footsteps. And look, yeah, no, look at the work that LG is trying to put in, or excuse me, Cloud9 is trying to push in right now, because they make a lot of noise over towards B main. They put in the right footsteps. They know that at least Tig is going to be playing that contact. They had to counteract him a little bit earlier. So now Cloud9 doubling back to A.
Still poised with those knives. Spots the body of Dazzle. Dazzle, I don't think wants to take that fight against Poise just yet. So charge on in. Dazzle up close. Can he line up one? There's a double swing, and he's not ready for either of them as he does finally adjust and get a kill. Tig on that mid flank mentioned earlier is going to find another, but still, Poise with these knives can do a lot of damage. He's already found a decent tag on a band.
Still have to get a little bit more, though. Out goes the stinger of Leaf from long range. Taking on Dazzle. Ban. Oh, that spray transfer would have been amazing. Your boy Dre going in big, and your boy Dre going to be able to get 2 at the end. Leaf fighting tooth and nail in the middle of sight with nothing but a stinger, and he almost made it work. If he had gotten around that corner, he would have been able to pick up a rifle and make that 1v1 against Dre possible. But LG is making this game possible, Sully. It's 8-9.
Yeah, if anything, Cloud9 at least are able to take a couple of guns out of the hands of LG, make the reinvestment into this next round a little more expensive than they were probably hoping, and you keep a very clear advantage in terms of economics. And well, Cloud9, they've got it in their hands. I mean, LG are starting to dwindle down a little bit, so Cloud9, it's a critical round because you know LG can buy essentially no matter what after this round, right? A Proto might have to deal with a Sheriff. Drake can drop 1 or 2 guns, or apologies, maybe just the 1 Phantom or Vandal. So costly round. Tig instantly hopping into pipes is going to use his ultimate, unlike Zeppa, who messed it up last time. This is perfect and covers a huge amount of space.
Yeah, this is really the first time that we're seeing Tig pulling off that that Viper's Pit in any sort of defensive manner. So I'm excited to see how they actually play around with it. And Tig, you know, he's playing it like really any Viper would, just right in the middle of the pits. And now already has to back away because of that lockdown. That is beautifully, beautifully done by Cloud9. Again, it is the obvious thing to do to counteract against the Viper's Pit. But this time, it works out perfectly. They take down the Viper. Now, in goes the actual take because the spike isn't down yet. It still is a 4v4. 2 players over towards the back of site. Ban is still looking out for someone to peek out over towards the middle of site. Mitch is still trying to combine. It was Leaf trying to help him out too. And it is absolute chaos. In goes Ban. Ban is just walking through. Ban gets another one. There's 3 back for Ban. Zeppa in a 1v2 and can't get it done. Luminosity, they make the middle of site scatter. And what was it? I think a 2v3 at the end. They pull it off.
Dude, it's a 2v4 because the res comes in.
2v4, right? Oh,
yeah, the
because
2 duelists somehow get it out. I don't understand. Ban running around. I mean, that's perfect combination to isolate that fight. And then Dre, quick to swing on this final player. In a 2v4, you should not be losing that Cloud9. In LG, it's due to the heroics of a swing from Ban that disrupts Cloud9, catches them off guard, and they're able to get it done. Light buyback here for C9 and LG. There's the operator we were hoping to see, and Ban has got it in his hand after a heroic attempt in the last with your boy Dre. Breaks down the owl drone, nothing to punish. There's the swing. Dre good for 1, Dre good for 2. He's good for 4. Is he gonna get another ace in this game? Yes, he is. Dre! There you have it. An ace and LG have got 10.
Unbelievable. Cloud9, they all walk into his crosshair, and your boy Dre is just yet another day of practice, bro. 1, 2, 3, 4. They all walk into it. That is unbelievable. Bro, only one of the kills was a headshot. Yeah, you know, out of that first little burst.
And then the second one reloaded. Is the final.
Unreal. Unbelievable. Double digits for Luminosity. Cloud9, of course, they were more or less expecting to lose out on that round, but a massive ace, and that ends up putting up their momentum a whole bunch. Let's see what happens with Cloud9 now. They're trying to adjust back over towards the mid side. Boys is still watching over towards Kitchen. That is actually a Proto backing off of the interaction. C9 now have a little bit more space to work with.
Oh, but look at Tig. He's got all the space. You talk about space that Cloud9 have with Tig. He's just taking it all. Domain expansion, but with no domain. And he ends up going down and losing the fight. 4 versus 5. And the reroute back to the A set. However, I myself am not fully convinced that this is a commit from Cloud9 with the alarm bot actually getting pulled away last second. It is indeed. And Dazzle ready, watching. He's got a Hunter's Fury. And Dre nearly missing out. He does actually at the very end and a Proto right underneath. How are they pulling this back? 2 players again coming up huge. And Mitch on 30 HP has got to try and find a 1v2.
Mitch, you pull this off, you keep your team alive. It's one of the best plays of the tournament, but he's not going to be able to do it. Ban from up top gets the final kill, picks up the off and saves it for the next round. Luminosity now starting to smell a little bit. I feel like the scent of close qualifiers is starting to rise in the air, Sully. It's dangerously close, and Cloud9 feels it. They desperately need a timeout in what is an eco round coming up next. Oh, 6 rounds in a row, Sully.
This is gut-wrenching to watch. My heart is racing for Cloud9 and LG. Like you said, they can smell it. They can taste it, LG. A moment to breathe for both us, Cloud9, and LG. Look at the cash on LG's side. So many credits built up to play these last final rounds out in Cloud9 Blue. This is their moment. What do they want to do? They've got 3 ultimates that can win them rounds on their own. Hunter's Fury, Lockdown, and a Viper's Pit to boot. But this round, they've got nothing to work with to utilize them. No tools, and they need to sort out what they want to buy here.
Yeah, no, it's the firepower. It's the actual arms at play, which, again, they have to contemplate for a good bit because they could easily go for a half buy, you know, a couple of upgraded pistols down to just about 1K to 2K. And that's, I think, what they're going to do. So it's at least something for them to work with, Sully, but it is a monster investment because they get a pretty similar buy in the next round because of this. At least a couple of players are going to be a little bit more restricted, but No, we shall see a
not
Proto early through the poison orb. Drive through it, ends up getting the kill. Not going to be able to get a second. Literally, Zeppa holding W and spraying away is going to be able to take away a Proto. But hey, can you really take that away from him? He's trying to get a little bit elusive, but still the rest of his teammates are going to be able to frag out. Luminosity 12-9 over Cloud9. They are 1-0 up on the map, and that means, Sully, that Luminosity are only one round away from completing the upset and the elimination of Cloud9.
What an upset it would be, Gus, because Cloud9, we touted them. Everyone touted them as one of the best teams in North America. They were one that everyone said could be and should be our representatives in Berlin, and here they are, falling head over heels against LG, because it's mesmerizing to watch these two teams clash. And Cloud9, 3 rounds in a row, 3 ults to save the day. It's a boost. Proto up close, looking for the tag. The owl drone's right in his face. He doesn't want to go down, and he will be able to break it. Tig is going to send a snake bite just in case, but it's a mid split. It's a fast mid split. A Proto swinging back around. He's got no util, but he's got almost the one. 2 more to find, and Tig and Dre still coming up huge for the 3v3.
Still gonna be the 3v3, and your boy Dre goes up big again over towards that back line. Mitch and Zeta now the last 2 remaining. Zeta can chill out a little bit. This lockdown is gonna last a while. Never mind, the Hunter's Fury is gone. Mitch gets the kill back onto Dre. The spike will be able to go down. But the no, never mind. Mitch, he opts to go for kitchen. They watch the cross. Luminosity, they pull it off. They are going to close qualifiers.
Unreal scenes in this best of 3. Cloud9, they're done. There's nothing you can do anymore. Luminosity have found it. A 2-0, 13-9 on both maps. That is unreal from the Luminosity side. We said they needed to prove themselves, Gus. What did they do here now?
What, dude? No words. No words. Luminosity, congratulations. But let's talk about like what just happened, because I don't think it has sunk in yet. Cloud9 is eliminated from close qualifiers. They're eliminated from Challengers playoffs. They're eliminated from Berlin contention. Cloud9, I mean, if we go back to the second Masters, I anticipated them to be that second place spot. They were looking like that until they ran into Sentinels in V1. But instead, now it is an absolute tragedy. And C9 is out, and LG, who used to be at the top of NA, who used to be one of the teams at the top 5 of NA, well, Sully, they are vying for their position back.
They are slowly but surely getting it back, and it's plays like this. I mean, Dre, how many aces?
Come on,
how
dude.
many aces did we have in this series? 2 maps and 3 aces. I mean, LG, they came and they were ready to play. Everyone on LG were playing lights out. I'm not gonna lie, the second map of Icebox was a little bit shaky. We looked at the stats and we said, oh, this is not looking good for LG, but they find a way to muscle through, and they somehow, some way pull up a 7-5 second half deficit back to a 13-9 win. Huge congratulations to LG, and nothing but commiserations for C9.
Yeah, I think we have a lot more to say about Cloud9, you know, because, I mean, in all honesty, you look at this roster,
right?
I would like them to represent our region. Like, these are the 5 guys, 6 guys, in fact, even before, if Floppy is still around. I mean, these are the 6 guys that I would actually be like, okay, NA, we've got some good guys here. They are solid, they have experience, and that's not going to happen. We have Luminosity now. But Luminosity was already the team that we had before, so, like, what has changed, right? What has changed? What a game, folks. What a game. The game ends at a 2-0, and LG secure the very last spot from the open qualifiers here in NA. In the very last open qualifiers. I can't believe I'm saying it. Yes, let's talk about potentially some highlights from this last game, and let's start it off with a moment of instant karma brought to you by Credit Karma. And we had a couple of moments throughout this best of 3 where we could truly say, like, oh, you know what? These are 2 teammates that still helped each other out. This was it.
Yeah, despite Dre being the hero and the declared best, I'd say, MVP maybe of this game, he does a lot here. Takes the fight, gives Ban a chance to get 2, Subsequently, Man picks up a gun, finds an ace on a thrifty round, mind you. This is not a round that you expected them, but we said if there's one thing LG are scary on, it's got to be Sheikah rounds. 5 sheriffs, 5 kills, all for one man ban. That is 100% the feeling of Instant Karma.
And indeed, folks, we still have some more cool moments to look at because, of course, our AIM Lab Flick of the Day hasn't even been decided yet. Let's see who takes away that title because we still had a couple of insane plays in terms of just pure mechanical aim. I mean, we even talked about the Proto play earlier being that one play where we were just like, okay, that was a pretty good, like, flick-ish time play. But which angle did we have? Which play did we have for a true flick? Apparently, it was this one.
Yeah, the Poise forecast. I mean, you know, Karma didn't win, but at least Poise, at least he got the flick of the day. And I mean, like come on. Come on now. What can you even say? Cloud9, they looked good. This was insanely flashy. Poise landing the first, pivoting literally perfectly. He sees the shock dart, dashes, and like the guts on this guy to take that peek with a no scope. I mean, Poise, they looked good. I'll be completely honest, especially Poise individually.
Yeah, Poise still. I don't really believe like that he should have went for that one, but like, hey, why not? LG, their economy could have actually broken from that one situation. The round after was affected because we could have had that reset. So you know, it was a little bit more than just a few post-round heroics. But whatever it may be, folks, we are currently awaiting one final interview here for the open qualifiers. But Sully, I have a little bit. I'd like to ask you, like, what is like a special moment from the day? But are there any special moments from any open qualifier that we've had thus far that comes to the top of your head potentially?
Sure, you're putting me on the spot because
way on the spot. You know what? I'll go first.
Yeah, you go first. I think that's fair.
I'll go first. Certainly for me, I think it was the first one. It was our first like tier 1-ish tournament together. I think, but it was the first VCT tournament period, and I think the finals was like Immortals versus Envy.
Yeah,
that was our first best of 5. Like that one was like too long. I think there's a reason why they changed the format. You know?
Yeah, you know. Oh, so we're going all the way back. I gotta share that moment as well. I mean, the first qualifiers, they were a lot of fun, but it's been a fun day. Let's close out here with one last winners interview for the open qualifiers.
And it is, of course, with none other than Dazzle. Dazzle, welcome on into the Verizon post-match interview. Congratulations, dude.
Thank you, guys.
Now let's start things off just pretty simple. Tell me about your guys' kind of, I guess you could say, your trajectory throughout really just this last month, because we didn't really talk about you guys as a team too much heading into this stage, and especially heading into this game.
Yeah.
What changed? How did you guys even make it here?
Yeah, I feel like people definitely forgot about like how good Dre and Proto are, and I don't really know why. I mean, they had some good results and then fell off. And yeah, the roster moves are pretty sad. Like basically the day that I found out that Ghost was actually going to sell me to LG, Moose had this injury with his wrist, and he was one of the main reasons I was super excited to come here. I teamed with him back in CS a bunch, and that's my boy. So it started off rough, I'm not going to lie, but we still had super high expectations. Like, I really think people just forgot about some of the players on this team, like actually.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and say that I didn't forget about you guys, but today, let me tell you, Dre on the Reyna, it's definitely made an impression. I saw your tweet, I was like, okay, this guy Daz is on to something.
You can't play with Drena. You can't play with Drena.
Yeah, you definitely can. So, I mean, just to bounce back to the game, you guys were faced up against, I think a lot of people were saying, like, one of the best, if not a top 3 team in North America. You guys pulled off a crazy upset. So, walk me through, like, what was the preparation going to this game? What was the mental going in? And how did it feel to win that first map of Ascent against them and have, like, that crazy 9-3, 10-2 lead?
Yeah, I think we kind of knew. Icebox is for sure, like, our strongest map right now. So, when we had that start on Ascent and everyone was playing, like, everyone had huge rounds, I kind of, like... I don't know. Once we won that map, it was kind of over in my opinion, just because I know our icebox is so strong that, you know, it was going to be easy once we got to the icebox.
Now, I have just one final question for you, and it's a very simple one. You have never made it to a close qualifier. How does it feel finally making it?
It feels amazing. I'm really excited to get like more than one chance. When I was playing on Ghost, it was a lot of the time like we would get through most of the qualifier, and then we're playing big like 100 Thieves or Envy.
Yeah.
And sometimes it was close, sometimes it wasn't as close, but like it was just kind of that one chance. and it was usually versus a super solid team. And now I'm gonna get a chance to play against, you know, super solid teams and some of the less like insane tier 1 teams. So it's gonna be really fun. I'm excited.
Yeah, well, I'm super happy for you. Before we let you go, take this moment, you know, any final thoughts, anyone you want to shout out, anything you want to say to everyone watching?
Shout out to my ex-teammates on Ghost, and shout out to my new teammates on LG. I love all you guys. And yeah, that's it. Peace.
All right, peace out, Dazzle. Congratulations. We'll see you next weekend, dude.
Thank you.
Just like that, the final post-match interview finished here for the Open Qualifiers. And now let's do the final outro of the Open Qualifiers. Folks, it has been real. Thank you guys so much for joining us on what has been consistently 128 teams, down to 8 teams, down to 4 teams, whatever the weekend may provide. Thank you guys so much for following up with the VCT every single time. And we are so happy to see you guys back here again. Next week, it's going to be the exact same thing, Sully, except some higher stakes, I think.
Yeah, 100%. Next week is, again, this is just the beginning. Next week is our closed qualifier starting on Thursday, so you don't want to miss that. Follow, again, Nursery Gamers and Valorant and all their socials to stay up to date. And I'm, you know, my body is ready. I don't know about you guys, but this next week makes or breaks it for some of these teams.
Exactly. Close qualifiers. We'll see you guys next weekend. Follow up on VAL Esports NA on Twitter to catch up with all the action here in North America and to see what the schedule is like for the next weekend. But again, 8 teams have moved on, and we'll see all 8 of them next weekend for the close qualifiers, and we'll see you guys there too.